Alrighty, I think I might be live. Hello, Zen friends. Excuse me. Happy weekend to you. Hope you're doing well and enjoying your moments of your weekend. And as always, excited to see what we learn from Spirit today and what messages they have for us. But before we get into all that, we want to come back to this moment to prepare ourselves. So we'll start off. If you want to join me, we'll take a big, deep breath, come back to the now, out of the future, out of the past, out of all that chaos in the outside world. Come back to the little bubble of love that's right here inside of us, where there's peace and gratitude and play and laughter. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl for more love energy to help prepare us. So if you want to join me, let's begin. Big, deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. I didn't tell you slow exhale, did I? So if you ever want to just come back to a moment, you can take a deep breath and do a second breath too if you want, where it's like it just takes all the oxygen in, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable, then slow release allows you to calm down your nervous system and your energy. It's always wonderful, at least for me. And then we will hit the singing bowl 3 times, and as I do that, we can just let that beautiful love energy within us just vibrate out into our mind, all our thoughts, all our stories, into our heart and all of our emotions, into our body, our physical body, all of our cells and our blood and our muscles and organs, everything just flowing through it, and then through our energetic body too. All of our chakras, we got energetic meridians running through our bodies, our auras that surround us, just it fills up every part of our being, this beautiful love energy, this vibration, and then it flows to the outside world, letting it do what it wants to do out there too, to help raise the vibration of the planet. So as I'm hitting this, we can immediately begin to raise our own vibration by thinking of just one thing, just one tiny little thing that we're grateful for in this moment. Immediately starts to raise up our vibration. It also puts us in that energy to receive and like a magnet to receive more of what we're grateful for. It opens up the tide. It's like the tide is coming in instead of pushing things out. So gratitude is a very transformational energy for us. All right. So let's do it. Remember gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. Just gonna get lost in that that energy. I think she's gonna sing all night. She's just been singing up a storm for a while here. So I love it, I love it, I love it. So thank you guys so much for joining me in that energy, and thanks for being here. I'm so grateful to have you here on this wonderful Saturday evening or Sunday morning if you're on the other side of the planet. And we'll get started here in a moment. But if you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. We got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts, great senses of humor. Definitely two things that can help us in this human adventure, making it an easier path instead of a harder one. And if you want to know how the whole process works, it's all down in the description area of the video. It does. Mention everything in there, and free readings are first come first serve. All you do is put your question out there or ask for a general reading if you want to keep your personal thing personal, or if you don't know what you're wanting to ask from spirit and you're just like, I want to hear something but I don't know what, you can ask for a general reading. We'll pull cards, see what spirit has. If anyone makes a donation, I do honor that energy exchange. I prioritize those readings, step out of the free readings, and we dive deeper too. We pull more tea with your Bretta Z. So we pull more tarot, and you also get an oracle card as a kind of like the fortune cookie to round out your reading. If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description area of the video. Do you have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square? Don't have any set dollar amounts, whatever you are able to give from your heart. I know everyone's finances are different. Rate of exchange is different all across the world and all of that. So I know you're giving what you can. And then um, yeah. And so we do dive into those readings. I'm off kilter. I'm not flowing with my spiel like I normally am. Because I'm looking at the chat and that always distracts me because I am like a dog squirrel. My little bit of ADHD. I think that's in my being, my humanness. But I also know that not everyone can donate. That's why I do try to offer free readings every session. If 2.5 hours in, I have not reached free readings at all, I will step away from donations, do about 30 minutes of free readings, go back and finish all donations. And then after that, I usually try to finish as many free readings after that as well. After I finish each session, I do post and pin a little comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. I know, as I always say, it's fancy, but it makes it easier for you if you need to come back for your reading later. You can see your name after the stream and click on it. It goes right to your video, right in the video to where your reading is at. So handy dandy and fancy. Think that's the big stuff there. Also, I like to make sure everyone knows, of course, I do offer personal readings and energetic hedges. All that information's down in the description area. But every new moon and full moon, I do have a drawing where I give away one 30-minute personal recorded reading or one of my energetic hedges. So we just had one a few days ago for the full moon, lunar eclipse. So the next one is the new moon in Pisces coming up on March 18th. So if you want to get into that drawing, be sure to check that out. All my playlists are linked down in the description area. Or if you go to my main page at the top, it has these 2026 drawings and announcements. So you can always go in there, see the most current one will be at the very top. You can see, oh, it's coming up. Let me get into that one. And then I'll pull a winner and announce it on March 18th. Also, before each full moon and new moon, I do send out a little video, or I post a video. I don't really send it out, but it's making the most of the moon energy. This one I just posted is from the Virgo full moon from a few days ago, but that lunar eclipse energy impacts us 2 to 4 to 6 to some of us 8 weeks before and after. So you can definitely, you still use this release energy and the affirmation energy of it still. So you haven't checked it out? It's free. It's right there for you. Use the power. And then, also, I do offer a podcast, a free podcast called The Easier Path. Just came out with a new one this week called Window Wonder. You wonder what that's about? Go check it out. Making little rhymes suddenly. I don't know why. I'm going into Dr. Seuss mode. But it is, the playlist is in the description area, as well if you wanna catch up. It's, intent is to provide information on how to make our path an easier path instead of a harder one. We start off with the Zen, Bread is Zen story time. I talk about one of my dramas or my traumas in my life, or if someone else shares theirs and wants information, sometimes I do share those, but it's mainly my own. And then we talk about why the human does what it does. We get a perspective from spirit on it, and then hints from spirit on how to make it an easier path instead of a harder one. So if you're looking for some more advice from spirit, be sure to check those out. I like it. Thank you. I think it was Leslie that mentioned. Was it Leslie that thanked me for the reminder for the tomorrow is daylight savings time. So late tonight, it's like 2 a.m. Um, in our time zones or whatever is when we spring ahead an hour, we lose an hour, and so if your state in the United States or if your country across the world does not participate in daylight savings time, I will appear to be on an hour earlier, even though I feel I will be on time because, um the clock moves ahead an hour, so I'll be here early, and you might feel like you're late, but you're not, don't worry. It's just that I'm on earlier because of this, daylight savings time, curse that we have. Someday we'll be broke. The curse will be broken, I hope. Anyway, so I just wanna make sure everyone knows that. And then yesterday, Venus did go into Aries. So Venus was in Pisces, of course, which was this passive, dreamy type of energy. Venus rules over our love energy, how we want to be loved, how we want to show love, at least from our human perspective. So when we were in Pisces, we did have this dreamy and everyone, very romantic kind of energy. Well, now we're moving into this uh, fiery, direct type of Aries energy that ignites us. It kind of makes us want to pursue love, even finances and self worth is some of the things I read. But so just know that this triggers a bold, impulsive, and Aries is the me energy, so it can kind of spark a self focused energy that it does encourage us to take risks, to start new things, new beginnings kind of stuff, um, pursue passion, but with intense, short-term adrenaline. Yeah, it is a big change, right, Leslie? So there it is a difference of being kind of inward and focused to, wow, it's almost like a full moon energy kind of takes you into heat mode. So just realize that too. Venus and Aries, it dislikes waiting energy. The flirts. I like this. I was reading up on some of the energy around it, and it said flirts are faster, declarations are more direct, and the focus is on the thrill of the chase rather than long term slow burn commitment. And I was like, "Uh-oh." So if you want lasting love, you might wanna wait on acting on emotions until, like, March 31st, because Venus then moves into Taurus, which is the sign, that, Venus rules over, and its energy brings this shift that's more towards romantic stability, and the word that they used was tangible, long-lasting love. So, Aries energy is more of, more like Knight of Wands energy of, fast and furious and passionate, but it's like a sparkler, psst, it also goes out, right? And we are in Mercury retrograde. I think someone mentioned that too. I think that was Marissa mentioned, "Is this the retrograde?" Yeah, retrograde energy, anything Any new relationship started during a Mercury retrograde can be short-lived. If it's someone coming back or someone we already know, it's actually helpful for those types of relationships. But so I would wait on acting on new relationships. So I wanted to catch everyone up on just that energy. Let me get rid of that off my little screen here now. And now it is in the ether for all of us to live off of. All right. So I like to make sure you guys knows of any kind of significant and astrological energetic weather, just so you're prepared. You don't get caught out in the woods during a snowstorm, right? At least you can be prepared for any weird stuff that's going on or energies. Just aware of the energies, so you can dress your heart and soul um, in preparation for it. All right, let's do our little let me get the little shout outs and get my list all caught up, and we'll get into readings. That's why we're here. So we got user PC. Hey, user PC. You're very welcome. Glad you caught the replay, and you are up first for free readings when we get there. So I do have you on the list. Hey, Deb, good to see you. Good to know. Yeah, thank you, thank you. We got Jojo in the house. Jojo, I do have your donation. You'll be up second. I do believe. And then we got Livia Vagara. Hey, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. Ooh, we need some space here. All right, there we go. All right. Hello. Happy Saturday. Can you believe it's Saturday? All right. And then we have Angel Guides in the house as well. Hello. Good to see you. Got you on the free list here. All right. Oh, and Debbie said you love the shirt. You want to see it? Here, I'll do it like this. Well, I'll do it like this. Almost like that. If I stand up, my pillow I have on supporting my lower back falls off. But I love it. It's a bright, sunny shirt. So glad you like it. Let's see. Oh, you clicked on yesterday's replay thinking it was tonight's, and you're like 3 minutes going, wait, this sounds familiar. You're so funny. Is that the Mercury retrograde having you look back at the past? Then we have Velvet Flare Soul. Good to see you. Love your screen name. We'll get you on the free list here. And we got Ravit. Hello, good to see you. We'll have you on the free list here too. And Leslie, hello. Cheers. I love all this. I don't know if I shouted out to you yet, but Leslie, hello. You'll be up first for the donations, is what I'm showing here. And we've got Lily Cherry Blossom. Hello, good to see you as well. And we will put you on the free list here. And okay, Leslie, those are your questions there. I love it. And we got Marissa. I got you on the list here too, Marissa. So hello. You'll be up. You'll be number 3 on the donations. And I think those are all the ones I didn't have. And we also have Minnie Heal from earlier. Hello. If you're here, hello. If you're asleep, good morning. If you are on the other side of the planet or not. And we got Swaroot Bobby as well from earlier. Hello, we got you on the list. Aditi, we have you also on the free list here. Hello. And then we already mentioned use your PC, you'll be up first once we get to that point here. So I think that is everything. Let me just make sure here my email is active so that I do see any that come through there. All right, we are all set. We're going to continue to use this beautiful Grim Tales Tarot. I just love the energy of it and all the art on it. And we still have, I think we have enough where we'll get here with the Oracle of the Rift Walker. I think we might have enough for tonight and even tomorrow. We'll see. Depends on how many donations I get. And then that'll be for the first donation. If there's additional donations, we'll use these elemental energy cards here just for the little, or maybe if I feel led, I still have these left over. I haven't used up all of them yet. These wonderful wisdom within little cards. So we'll see. We'll see what I'm called to here in the moment, in the heat of the moment. So, um, whoa, as cards go flying everywhere. So I think we have everything in user PC. You have an odd obsession with sanitary wipes, isopropyl alcohol 70%. You love the smell. You live for the taste. So weird. Don't drink it. I don't think you're supposed to drink that alcohol. So, sorry, my mom. Let me turn this down as my mom is texting me, and it's set up on my computer, so it's blinking on it and making noise. So sorry. All right. Yeah, maybe you were like a surgeon in a past life, and you liked the smell of the rubbing alcohol, or a doctor, nurse, surgeon, you know, when they first invented it. Or maybe it's been in my lifetime they created it though. All right. So cheers everybody. Thank you for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love, and I'm so grateful to have you here. So cheers, cheers. I love you guys. Yum yum. All right. So for donations, we do have Leslie and then Jojo and then Marissa. So we'll jump in. Leslie, you're up. 2147 is for your timestamp, and your question was a message from your grandma on your dad's side, your dad's mom. Let's see what she has here for you. So, of course, she's right by you. So she doesn't have to go a great distance to come to the reading. She just stands up, um, beside you, going, "All right, let me tell you what I want to say." All right, let's see what we got here. So we got these and these, and this one too. All right. But let me just turn off my sound. I'm so sorry. I don't know if you guys can hear it. My computer going off, but my mom is in a chatty mood, which is all right. I love that she's still with us and still able to talk to me. I don't want to just be distracted or have you guys distracted. All right. So, Leslie, let me scroll down here. So, we've got here um the Lover's card on the bottom of the deck here. And I feel like she's zeroing in here a lot on this Gemini energy. I love how they present this because the Lover's card is Gemini. And the Gemini twins are actually our, you know, human self and our higher self, our angelic self in a way. So I like how they have that presented here. And even you have the Two of Wands underneath that, which it's like the two types of energy that we have, our human and our higher self that are here, right? And so I feel like she's starting off here talking about your connection to your higher self and the relationship that you have to your higher self, and that is in a way, I mean, the our higher self is kind of like the is it the conduit? It's the pathway connection to the entire collective of every other soul, right? Our experience as our human is tied through our expression of our soul and all the many other billions of expressions that we have existing across dimensions and everything else. It all comes from that, which is like can almost think of it as like, remember the green slime when we were, as a child, how, it'd just be this long, it would all stay together, but it would be this long drip. That's what our soul is. It's like a drip from the big, all these extensions from the massive sea of love that we are. but there's little expressions, and that's when we break off to experience what it might feel like to be separate. Well, as the human being on the end of that little kind of at the lower vibration, the lower end of the the big stream of green slime, that's what connects us into everything else. So, I feel like in a way, your grandma's wanting you to, or not want you to, but bringing a focus on how important your relationship to your higher self is, because that's who you truly are. That's your true worth. That's your true essence. And I feel like um, they want you to know that we're with your higher self. It's not like you're down here and we're up there. We're all next to each other in this giant sea, and we're all experiencing through your higher self this life as you're human. And because of that, as soon as we reconnect back to our higher self out of being in this physical awareness as this human, one, we remember everything about our own selves, every reason why we wanted to experience what we experienced, because everything in life we did choose. But we also understand and are have access to every thought, every emotion, all of our love, actually not even just our loved ones, everyone, but specifically it's important to know that our loved ones, all the way back into the womb and all the rest of your existence too, all of your possibilities. They know every thought that you could have, every emotion you could have, depending on your choices. They see the whole thing and can comprehend all the trillions of different options ahead of us. But it's important for us to kind of, I guess it's important to know both of that, but that they understand us so much more because they know now every thought we've ever had, every emotion we've ever had, every experience we've had, and then they get it, and they're like, and they have no judgment either. They love us completely. So I feel like they just wanted to start off mentioning that, just so that there's no secrets, there's nothing to be afraid of, nothing to be ashamed of, nothing to worry about. Like, I know it all, and I don't care. I love you unconditionally. There's nothing, and I have no judgment. On that side, there isn't any wrong or right, good, bad, better, worse. There's just experiences. And we're eternal beings. And so we're going to experience everything at some point. And they're like, I've been there, you know, or I will be there at some point. So why would I judge, So I like that clarity coming in there. And then let's see what message she has here for you. Yeah. I like here, you got the high priestess, and there's an opportunity with this Ace of Pentacles. This kind of sums it up in a way, though, because the high priestess is about stepping away, connecting higher, looking behind the veil, diving deep into your own emotions, which with the Ace of Pentacles, this is about seeing your worth in relationship to the outside world differently by connecting higher. And that's really what solves everything for us. When we look outside of ourselves for our worth, we feel worthless, so we feel unstable because all of that in the outside world is temporary, unstable, constantly fluctuating and changing. And when we turn inward and upward and we remember who we really are, these powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit beings made of unconditional love, so expansive, it just changes our viewpoint of everything here. Everything becomes so small from that viewpoint, right? So I like this energy that she's bringing in. 10 of swords, no expectations. There is no supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be. Um, and the 10 of swords is this energy of letting go. You don't need to please anyone because no one will be pleased because everyone's trying to please themselves and validate themselves. And so if anyone's putting expectations or judging, it's because it's all reflective from the inside. So they're like all these rules, all these supposed to be should be's. Yeah, I admit, she says, I admit some of these I passed on, some of my created, several I passed on from previous generations, and I did my part, just passing it right along without any reflection on why. And then I created some of my own to add to the mix. So my bad, my apologies. But she's like saying, "Sorry, not sorry. It's part of the deal. It's part of the journey. It's part of the adventure. There's nothing wrong with it, but you don't have to. You can let go of those things. Those expectations you think I have for you or might have thought that I have on you or anyone else, they're gone. Psh, they're like it was all make believe. I'm not in that zone anymore. Freedom is a big word. You got the Page of Cups. Yep, your self-love, your higher self is the most important love to find, she says, that, the entire journey she's kinda, like, whispering, she goes, "Ps so spoiler alert, the whole purpose is to understand your self-love, and all these mirrors are pointing you back to yourself." It's like she's telling you a secret. Just keep that between the 2 of us. So, I love that. Oh, well, very good. You never met her. But, yeah, and so it would be whatever was passed down, through her children because she passed down these expectations. So, it's like the stuff that your father learned when they were young, um, that they didn't question, they just poured out on you too. So, especially in response to your father, just realize she's like, "Yeah, that's me. I kinda did that." Let's see what else she has here. Yeah, you got both the Devil card and the Temperance card coming in here. And, this is about the long-held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets like we are talking about. This is this Saturn Capricorn energy that challenges long-held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, and it comes in to be rattled, to be released. But I feel like there's something here around temperance, and which is um an interesting energy because I feel like something that they were taught and passed down from generation to generation was to be patient, to wait, 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 you know, let never raise your voice, never this, never that kind of thing. I just feel like this is would be, the strictness of things. And but she's like, let that go, if you feel like getting angry, get angry. If you feel like wanting to rush into something, rush into it. She's all about living life because I felt that she kind of lived a restrictive life with all this feeling of rules and and now that's why freedom is such a big word for her and what she wants to share is be free. Don't feel so limited. You are so powerful. The roles she's showing me playing in my mind from one of the movies of the Pirates of the Caribbean with Johnny Depp, but they're talking about with the pirates and they're like, "Well, isn't that the pirates code?" And they're like, "Well, it's not so much a code, it's kind of like some guidelines or something like that." They're like, "It's not written in stone. It's just kind of like an opinion. You don't have to listen to it all. You get to choose." So I like this kind of freedom energy that they're bringing in, especially focusing in on, you know, no one tells the emperor of an empire what to do because you're the ruler of your life. You can listen to people's suggestions and information, but doesn't mean you have to do it. I like that. And you can tell your father, I said so. Yeah, because you got Leo energy, strength card energy, your inner strength, your higher self giving you that inner strength to step forward. Howl at the moon if you want. I like this energy nudging you forward. And the Queen of Pentacles, too. Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself. You're the only one that can give yourself the love that you're looking for. You're the source of contentment for your life. Nothing on the outside world can give you that because you are who you're looking for. And I love that. It doesn't mean that you don't want things in the outside world. Those are just above and beyond extra. But that she's saying you are the one that you're looking for. So I love that. What a beautiful message. Let's see what she says in the oracle here for you too. From the Oracle of the Rift Walker. Let's see what else she has here. All right, I guess this one right here. And you have the one who waits in silence. Number 8, like the strength card. The one who waits in silence says, not all guides speak. Some simply stay, watching, waiting, and remembering. So let's take a look here. The invocation says, I was with you when the veil closed. I stood watch at every threshold. I wait not to rush you, but to remind you, you have never been alone. The message says the card represents a silent guide, guardian, or ancestral presence. Who could that be? One who does not intrude, but is always near. You may feel them as a presence in dreams, in stillness, or in moments of deep emotional truth. They do not speak in words, they speak in signs and synchronicities. Their silence is not abandonment, it is devotion. I love that. She's devoted to you. They are the keeper of memory, of soul vows, of everything you forgot when you crossed into this life. When this card appears, ask yourself, who or what do I sense when I am utterly still? Is there a voice within me I've mistaken for my own that may be older? What have I sensed but never named? This guide may be a soul companion from another incarnation, or the keeper of a vow you once made, waiting to be fulfilled or dissolved. Their silence often masks a great love, a waiting rooted in soul recognition. They will not force the meeting, but they will always keep the light on. I love that. Shadow side of the energy here. In shadow, this card may signal spiritual loneliness or a fear that no one truly sees or understands you. You may be ignoring intuitive nudges because they come too softly or expecting guidance to arrive loudly and missing what's already here. You are being asked to listen beneath the noise. Interesting. 3 reflection questions. Who or what might be silently guiding me right now? What messages have I dismissed because they came without words? And am I willing to feel the presence of something older than I understand? So I like that for you. So that is what they have for you, Leslie. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right. So I'm gonna delete that comment there, user PC. Like I said, we try to keep high vibrational comments and love in our chat here. So let's leave the messages up to people, up to spirit through the cards here, if you don't mind. Right. I know. I hope you understand. All right. So yeah, you are welcome, because that's not, I don't feel that's true. I sense your energy and you're not in lower vibration. You definitely are, in I mean, well, we're all in lower vibration at times, but you spend a lot of time in higher vibration. And you know yourself. All right, so let me get some more people on the list here. So, hey, Rabia, I am good. How are you? Hope you're doing well. And Alice, hey, good to see you. Hello, hello. I see your donation. We'll get you on the list here. Good to see you. And Cat Mia was in the house. Cat Mia, hello, hello, meow, meow. You deleted your retracted your message, so maybe you, are still here and you're retyping it. If so, hello, good to see you. I am having a good evening. And Jojo, you love the smell of gasoline. Yeah, I think, there's something about the smell of gasoline. Maybe you were an arsonist in a past life. No, not but it does, there is something. That's why people smell gasoline. I think it makes us high. So, be careful. I know, like, when you put gas in your car and you smell it, you're like, "What is that?" Alright. Let's see here. I think that was everyone else. So Deb, thank you so much for your donation. I got you also on the list here. So where we're at on donations, we have Jojo up next, and then Marissa Smith, and then Deb, and then two for just Alice. So I like that. Racing fuel. All right. So let's take a sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, Jojo, you are up. We got 4120 for your timestamp here. All right. So, so thank you for your donation. Let me see. Is it one that I can? Yes. Oh, and Leslie didn't give your donation a love and a like. Let me make sure I do that. And then Jojo, let me give yours a love and a like there. So you wanted to know, would you have met some people if you'd gone to the party thing, you were already tired and needed a shower? You're so funny. And then you checked and saw M was going too. Uh-oh. All right. Let's take a look here and see if you would have here. Would you have met anyone here? Okay, don't see any of those. Do you want this one right here? And this here. All right. Well, at the bottom of the deck here, you have the Ace of Pentacles, you have the Magician. You also have the Six of Cups. All of these on the bottom of the deck, which the Six of Cups tells me that you would have bumped into mainly people you already know, that's there. Um, and I don't this Ace of Pentacles and then the number one Magician does show that you would have met a new person, and we'll see with these other cards what this would have brought. But I also feel like that um just because you didn't go to that doesn't mean you're not going to meet him. You'll meet him another way anyway. Um because there's very rarely in our lives is there one chance for something to happen. If there's something that we're wanting to experience, we'll weave it like kind of like a needle and thread. It's kind of woven like this. Like we'll have several points that we could encounter something because it's something we're wanting to experience. So I feel like you will. But let's see who this person was. Oh, yeah. Well, Knight of Wands and Two of Cups. Maybe you were spared. But it feels like because Knight of Wands is like someone that's uh, very expressive passionately and seeks union passionately with individuals. You're like, "What? Oh my god, what did I miss?" No. But, like I said, and I feel like it's someone you haven't met before, but they're very much about energetic and, physical attraction energy with those 2 coming in together. Um, let's see what else Spirit wants you to know around him. Yeah, it's someone unexpected with this 10 of swords. So, there is something, um, about, um, it being someone that wouldn't be normally anyone that you would kind of entertain. Um, not that you have judgments, it's just it's not like your normal type, and not that you have a specific type either, but I feel like it out of all the different, because I feel like you have had, like, a wide variety of different people that you've been drawn to, and I feel like you're more drawn to energy than you are to a type per se. Um, you were not at your best. So, this just feels like, it's someone that's kinda like, "Whoa, I haven't tried one of those before." That's funny. Underneath the surface of the 10 of swords, we do have the 4 of pentacles, you know? It says, this you and all the skulls and the valley of skulls behind you. Um, but, this is a solid foundation and, I mean, it's a solid foundation, but beneath all this here too, it is someone that is trying, they define themselves by how other people feel they're attractive, but not attractive as in like looks, but in, taking care of them. Oh, yeah, really menstruating. That's not the word I thought I saw at first. I was like, "What did you just say?" I'm like, "Oh, okay." So, I feel like they are in this place of, kinda like looking for validation outside of themselves, looking for their worth outside of themselves through this physical, you know, attention. And we got the 5 of wands. There would have been some big fiery tension, like, we're all adults. I can say sexual tension that would have been there between the 2 of you. A lot of even on the bottom of the deck, we've got the page of wands with a lot of this, especially full moon energy. I feel like they were not at their best either. I feel like they were in like a wolf. They were in werewolf form instead of human form because of they have this. But I love that on the bottom you also have the 9 of pentacles, which is yep, it was a good choice to stay home with the 9 of pentacles. That's really all who you would have met that would have been new, but, it's like it's not a loss, you know, because 'cause you're like, "Yeah, what why would I want it of why do I want to experience that right now, in your present physical state, but also, in, other things." But let's see what else they have here too with the Oracle of the Rift Walker here. Okay. So we do have this one. You've got discernment. Yeah, exactly, right? Hail to the No. So the light that cuts through shadow, the eye that sees without blinking. Let's see here. So the invocation for this is says, "Let my vision be steady, neither blinded by hope nor shadowed by fear. Teach me to read the spaces between and walk true in the middle way." Yeah, right? Good to know you can trust your intuition. Like, so discernment is the clarity that arises when you can see the whole picture, the facts, the feelings, the intentions, without being swayed by wishful thinking or cynicism. It's the balance of heart and mind, intuition and reason. This card appears when you need to make a wise decision or judgment. You're asked to see beyond surface appearances. Wow. And then you're learning to trust your inner guidance while respecting external evidence. So, discernment is not about perfection or certainty. It's about being present enough to notice the nuances and brave enough to act from them. The shadow side, in shadow, this card can show paralysis by overthinking or second guessing, harsh judgment that closes the heart, ignoring inner wisdom in favor of external validation. This is like the energy of that person. They were going to be your mirror. And you're like, I don't need that mirror. I'm staying home. Discernment requires gentleness and courage. It asks you to hold space for complexity without losing your center. And I do feel like, that's why I feel like this isn't a loss because I feel like you already have kind of learned that lesson about, um, people that are attracted physically and energetically, but they can't give you emotionally, or they don't match your energy on another level, that this one was going to be just a confirmation mirror, just so you could look at it and go, "No, I'm not turned on by this, I'm actually turned off by this." And, had you gone, you'd just been one like, "Yep, no thank you," and it would just been, um yeah, I do feel here this particular one is a man. This does feel very it feels very masculine and, like, too masculine to be, a female with, like, strong masculine energy. This is, yeah, it would have been worth it. Yeah, right. So this is like, no, this is just like a wolf. All right. Your reflection questions are, how do I balance my intuition with facts? And I like that. You were kind of already did that because when you saw M was going, you're like, oh, good call. Another reason why I didn't my energy was going, don't go there. When have I mistaken hope or fear for truth? And how can I strengthen my ability to see clearly and act wisely? I like it. I like the validation that's coming in here with this energy. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation, and send you some love energy to help you through your physical flow. Hang in there. Have some chocolate, right? Does chocolate help? You are very welcome. Much love to you. All right. So cheers and cheers, cheers, cheers to you. All right. Marzipan. All right. Very good. I have no idea what that is. I probably wouldn't know what that is. And that's okay. I don't need to know what that is. All right, Cat Mia, I do see your question. Meow meow. We got you on the free reading list here. And I think that was all that was added. Yep. Okay. So we'll continue on down the list here. We've got Marissa Smith. Hey, Marissa. Whoops. Here is your timestamp 5228. So thank you for your donation up here. We'll give that a love and a like since it lets me. And you haven't been feeling optimistic about life or love lately. You keep going to the past looking for validation, but you're only hurting yourself. What does Spirit want you to know? Oh, yeah, because you were the one that said, or it could just be this Mercury retrograde and other female issues causing an emotional reaction. Are we all sinking in our same our that's what my host she jokes because she doesn't have them anymore, I don't think, because she's had a hysterectomy and different things, but we'll act it the same way. She goes, "Oh, our cycles are aligning." And that happens. I don't know if you guys know that. Um, when when I was living with a friend of mine many many years ago, um, it was her and then she had another person living in the lower basement, and then my mom came and, I moved her in for a while with us, and I don't think it was the next door neighbor too. The next door neighbor was very close too, but all 4 of their cycles aligned. And I'm like, during this week, when you guys are, when the hormones are and they're starting to get, I go, I'm gonna go for a walk. I'm getting out of here. I might end up dead. But it does happen. You're right. It's amazing. It's just amazing because villages that live close together, they all would be on the same cycle, and it's an amazing there's a lot of amazing energy with women's cycles in relation to the moon, which we won't go into right now, but it's so beautiful. Um, the process, I know not going through it isn't, but it helps support one another too when they're all cycled the same, they can all support one another too. It's beautiful. All right, so let's take a look here and see what does spirit have to say here about um, about both of these energies here. Not feeling optimistic about life or love, and where's the source of this energy here? Okay, I think we have these here. Yeah, it's funny. We do have on the bottom of the deck. We've got the Chariot card, which is ruled by Cancer, the Moon Mother energy. So we definitely have some of that present here. Yeah, right. I say I love it. Breathing and heating pad, definitely things that can help. But yeah, there is this energy of Mother Moon that's coming in here. We've been in lunar eclipse, from um, what we had February 17th was the new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius, right? And we just had the full moon lunar eclipse in Virgo, which Virgo is the body is one of the big things of the Virgo energy. And we can feel this impact of eclipse energy, this um, tearing away of things to bring in new things 4 to 6 to 8 weeks before and after the eclipse energy. So sometimes that can feel like, I just don't feel this excitement around living and stuff. But some of this can be that some of the stuff that you've been validating your life by, which, when we look to the outside world and we're validating by relationships or situations like jobs or education or whatever situations or things, our bodies, our bank accounts, and all that, after a while, those we get tired of the instability because all those things are unstable in the outside world, right? People change, people walk away, people pass away, situations never stay the same, things break down, deteriorate, blow up, burn down, stolen, unstable, unstable, unstable. At some point, we become kind of bored with that instability or just tired of the disappointment of the outside world. And we can feel this emptiness from the outside world going, "I thought you were supposed to fill me up, but I feel like, you know, like you didn't even try, world," you know? And there is that. We lose the oomph in life and love and everything else because we feel like, "I done all this and I got, a $5 gift card to Starbucks." It's like, if you ever do that that's the thing they bring to me because, like, when you work hard and you put in like all this extra time and effort and hours and everything for this project to really be successful at work and they give everyone a $5 gift card for Starbucks, which these days is like, a sample of coffee, and you're just like, that's what I get for doing all that. And that's how life is. We try to look for that validation of our worth to the outside world like we're taught, but then it falls short and it feels empty. And there's a kind of that empty feeling. But I feel like this is just the bottom of the deck. We got other cards. I'll move on in here in a sec. Is this lunar eclipse, all this eclipse energy is about endings and beginnings, things that aren't serving you anymore being kind of spiritually, surgically removed to grant space for things that will. So let's see what else we have here. You've got 4 cards, 1 card, then 2 cards, and 2 cards. So the 4 cards that came out together, you got the moon. So that's one of the things. Again, they're reiterating it here. The bottom of the deck is the moon energy. You get the moon card itself. So a lot of this has to do with this lunar energy. Yeah, you have the 9 of swords, which is a lot of you're getting to this point of letting go of a lot of expectations, a lot of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that might feel like, nightmares or exhaustion from trying to live up to expectations. And you're getting to that point of the 10 of swords, which is I'm just sick and tired of trying to live up to all these expectations and trying to make other people live up to mine. I'm done. And there's freedom that comes with that, that comes in here as well, which makes sense because, You do have the World card, which is an ending of a major cycle, the last card in the major arcana, which is bringing around a new beginning. And you have the King of Cups, which is the balance between head and heart. So you definitely have this um, emotional balancing that's coming in, uh, and it's being balanced by the Ace of Swords, was what they're showing me, which is seeing things from that higher perspective, from a place of eternal, unconditional love and gratitude and peace and laughter and play. And there's this switch and change, which the Chariot card on the bottom is an energy of power of choice, right? Every moment is a choice, but there's no wrong choice and no better choice. Um, from spirit standpoint, they just look at everything as different choices with different outcomes, different experiences. But I feel like you're changing where you're investing energy, you're changing things in life. And I really feel you're on the other side of these eclipses as you're releasing things and things are being surgically removed for you, that your higher self is doing and moving, that you're going to be making some significantly different choices. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, the 7 of wands. Look at, here's the full moon behind you. It's this being true to your authentic self, not dimming your light, not trying to fit in, not trying to live up to anyone's expectations, but being true to yourself, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not defending who you are, excuse me, but making choices for you, not because you're thinking what it's supposed to. You're really coming into your own and shining bright. Yeah. Because before, this 9 of wands, you have been feeling blocked. The 3 of swords, the fear of heartbreak, the fear of disappointment has been keeping you back here, because it felt safer. It's been feeling comfortable. But this is changing here for you. You're moving beyond comfort into growth. And what's these next 2 cards here? Yeah. Yes. And this will move you forward here with the Ace of Pentacles into joy, first of all, with the 10 of Cups, but also will bring in a different type of relationship. The Ace of Pentacles is you seeing your worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way, instead of defining yourself by and seeking validation from those 3 buckets of the outside world, relationship situations and things. All of them are pointing you inward and upward, and that's where you're finding your solid foundation and your new sense of worth, which then brings in relationship energy with the 10 of cups, but not the old, the old relationships we were looking for. This is, you're raising your love vibration and you're going to be drawing a love towards you that is different than you've ever had before. I like this too. On the bottom of the deck, you have the 6 of cups, which does talk about past life connections. And there is someone that will be coming towards you in your life, and you'll know who it is because it's going to be very obvious. The attraction, the mutual attraction, the mutual draw to one another, like, you know, it's like you know them from somewhere, you know. I usually say when you meet them, they're like they're glowing in the dark and they have a rainbow shooting out of their butt, because um, it's just so, the draw is so intense between the two of you, and the comfortability and the familiarity. It's like whoosh, and it's a higher vibrational love. So it's not anyone you've met before or anyone you currently know. It'll be totally different. But I feel like that this will, with all this moon energy, once it simmers down a bit, the further we get away from, the um, this last lunar eclipse, the more we'll be freer. March 20th, springtime, is when Mercury goes direct. That will also help bring some clarity. So you're doing a lot of reflection energy right now too, but I do feel like you're in kind of surgery in a way. Things are being removed. Yeah, and then you have waning oaths. Look at the chains here. Let's see what this is about. Card 21. The slow fading of promises once held sacred. now gently released into the mist. The invocation says, "Once I vowed beneath the stars with fire and breath and blood. Now those words dissolve like dawn mist, not broken, but quietly set free." So some old promises we've made to ourselves and everything in our fears, there's this release energy that's coming in with it. Waning oaths, this card speaks to the natural, gentle fading of old commitments, soul contracts, and beliefs. These are promises or burdens that once served you, perhaps made in desperation, love, or fear, but now their power wanes like a retreating tide. This card invites you to recognize what no longer binds you, not through force, but through grace and acceptance. It's about honoring the past while allowing the old vows to dissolve, creating space for new paths and truths. When this card appears, consider what promises or loyalties have quietly lost their meaning. Which inherited beliefs or bonds are gently releasing their hold? How can you consciously welcome this soft unraveling? You're being called to step lightly into freedom, embracing the space between endings and beginnings. All this eclipse energy we're talking about. The shadow in waning oaths may reveal resistance to letting go, holding out, holding on out of guilt, fear, and obligation. It warns against ignoring the slow erosion of old contracts and the emotional fatigue that can follow. Beware of pretending that bonds remain strong when they're already unraveling beneath the surface. And then you have 4 reflection questions. What promises in my life have dimmed, not from betrayal, but from time and change? Hmm. Am I holding on to something out of duty, fear, or nostalgia rather than truth? Where have I stayed silent to preserve peace, even when the bond had already begun to fray? And lastly, what do I fear will happen if I release this oath, connection, or belief fully? Interesting. So hopefully that helps, Marissa. I love that for you, though. I do feel this, you're in the midst of this stuff being removed out of your life for you, of course. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again for your donation. Many blessings to you. All right. And we had Dollface Diva come in. Hey, Dollface. We'll get you on the free list here. On your Virgo rising. Oh, how fun. Seeing the world through the eyes of a Virgo. We got Blueberry in the house. Hey, Blueberry. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Get you on the free list here as well. Yep, you are welcome, Rissa. Enjoy. All right. So we will continue on here. Do a little cheers. Cheers, cheers. Sip, sip. Yum, yum. All right. So we'll continue here. Deb, you are up. 108.22. Here is your timestamp. We'll give that a love and a like here. And the anticipated reading here by some of you. So what does Spirit have to say about this quote unquote new earth, new order, new human according to astrologers? Ooh, how fun. Yeah. Let's see what we have coming in here. Sorry. There's nothing new under the sun. Oh yeah, the new 2.0, 3.0 human, 4.0 human. They're like, it's like a new used car. It's new to you. That's funny. They're so hilarious. All right, let's see what they have to say here. But that's what they're starting to say. It's like a used car, buying a used car. It's new to you, but not to us. So let's see what they have to say around this, though. Okay, got this and this. All right, let's see what is. What is happening here? Too funny. So, bottom of the deck, we do have the Queen of Pentacles coming in here. So, Queen of Pentacles is about birthing, creation, creativity, energy that they're showing here. And there is birthing of new things. And we got the Ace of Wands and the Knight of Wands. Yeah, we have the Year of the Fire Horse with the Knight of Wands and the Ace of Wands on the bottom. So there is this energy of newness and action and movement of energy. And I'm getting a couple messages. It's like there's been several new eras of humanity, right? From a long time ago. Um, and what they're showing me, and we'll look at these other cards too, but they're showing me, when we first came as humanity, quote unquote, they're saying, quote unquote, uh, we were very aware, still connected. We weren't veiled at all. 0% veiling. We came down, experienced this in this human form, realizing fully that we are eternal supernatural beings, just like we have in a lot of our other expressions. A lot of the other expressions we have in different worlds, different universes, different frequencies, different, you know, all over the place, right? We experience them fully as ourselves as we're going through it, connected to our higher self. And we did that first when we came and experienced Earth too. And Earth is unique in that it has lower vibrational opportunities, different from some other places that are still at higher vibration. There's different pockets of lower vibration throughout all existences, and Earth is one of those that offers contrast, comparison, offers the opportunity to veil. And we first came down 0 veil, and then um, like the Atlantis and Land of Mu and those type of experiences, we partially veiled ourselves because it was interesting but not exciting, right? We talked about this before, I know, but for those that hadn't heard this before, I feel like they're bringing it in because we we used to be able to see every path and every possibility and where it ended up, and we knew exactly what to do to get, because it's like, you ever solve those mazes where you can see it and you trace it and you go like, "Yep, this is the route. This is how you get through it. Boom, got it." That was fun, but if you're in the maze with not knowing the way and not knowing where things end up, it becomes more exciting. So we veiled ourselves more and then veiled ourselves more and veiled ourselves more, each of these iterations of humanity, as we almost went lower, 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 veiled, 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 um, to experience different things, right? So this was a new earth, this was a new earth, this was a new human, this was a new human. Now they're like, now we're starting to kind of go back up in reverse. And they're like, well, it is kind of a new to you, but we've seen it all before, but we're just going back up the stairs. The stairs we came down, we're stepping back up. We're becoming more aware. We're becoming less veiled. We're becoming where we're intuitive, connecting to our intuition and to our higher selves and being able to see things more clearly and knowing the outcomes, knowing the path. It's like the roads before us got really foggy where we couldn't see how things go, but the fog is lifting. It's going distance. We're able to see things more and more and more. And the fog has been lifting like year by year by year to eventually we will get to that place where we will be able to clearly see where roads go. Again, probably not to the point of before Atlantis and Mu and all that, at least not in our lifetime. I feel like we're really going to be making some significant openings of intuition rising and rising and rising, right? Um, because the opportunities for higher vibration are amazing, but there's also opportunity for lower vibration. So if people stay stuck in the lower vibration, they stay in the fog, but we're able to walk up and get on top of peaks and be able to see above the fog if we want, and that's kind of what's being introduced more. All right, so that's the bottom of the deck. Let's see what else they brought in here. You got these 2 cards together. Let's see what these are here. Got the 4 of Cups and the Death card. Yeah, so there definitely is this death and rebirth energy that's coming in here. 4 of Cups is a part of what's happening is the stagnancy of emotion. And we kind of talked a little bit about just a moment ago in Marissa's reading, but the 4 of Cups is bored of the 3 cups. The outside world is becoming less and less and less exciting. It's not bringing us fulfillment. Um, it's like if you get used to a drug, it like or a pain reliever, you start needing more and more and more of it, where after a while you're just like, this doesn't do it anymore. I need something else. And there is that part of this that's coming in is the lack of fulfillment in the outside world is pointing everyone big flashing signs inward, 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 inward as the outside world becomes less and less and less pleasing, less and less and less fulfilling. Fulfilling. So interesting, right? And then you have 4 cards here. We've got the 8 of Pentacles. So there is transformation energy. So it is the butterfly. Yeah, and it's funny because they say, it's like a, a caterpillar to a cocoon to a butterfly to a caterpillar going, "Oh, what's this cocoon experience? This is new." To a butterfly, they're like, "Yeah, we've seen it before." So they're like to us going through it in this lifetime, this feels new. It feels new order, new way of looking at things. And they're like, it's just we're just it's another season. We're going through another another change. And because I feel like they're saying this not to take the fire out of our excitement of change coming, but not to attach our worth to change, because we will be drawn to looking at change in the outside world when we've been able to change on the inside all along. And they're like pointing us, going, it's the butterfly has always been inside of the caterpillar. It's not, you know, it's not the outside world. It's what's on the inside that's changing things. Because we don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. So each of us will experience the new change, the new human, the new whatever in the outside world differently because we're going to see it through our own transformation. The new human on the outside may not seem too big of a change if someone hasn't done inner work, hasn't transformed on the inside. They're just going to be like, I don't think anything has really changed here, you know? And you're like, yeah, it's okay. It's okay, boo boo. You will see it eventually, not in a derogatory way, but oh boo boo, So, um, we will, we'll all see the change differently. All right. We have the 4 of Pentacles. Yeah, so this is what we were talking about before. Got the 4 of Cups, the 4 of Pentacles. How we're, a big part of the transformation is that, you know, all this stuff that we've been building our worth on and been taught, relationship situations and things of the outside world are collapsing and falling away and not feeling fulfilling and even more unstable, and we're like it's pointing us more and more and more and more on the inside to help us remember who we really are, because it's the our higher self. We've always been our higher self. We didn't shrink to go into the human. We just our big higher self stuck the pinky into the pond to see what it's like, and the pinky got lost and forgot it was connected because it all got involved in the adventure. But it's remembering, maybe it was cold water and it got numb. Now it's warming up and it's like, hey, oh, that's right. I'm a member of all of this. not just this. And that's part of what the new human is realizing is, um, it's really just new awareness, new remembrance of who we really are. Um, Nothing has changed in our worth and our who we are since before we came as humanity and after humanity is done and we've moved on to, something else. Um, it's a different clarity around that, right? I know. Say he played his spaghetti. And we got the Six of Cups, yeah. So all the past lives and other lives that we're living, um, they're in the scheme of things, when we look at the iteration of humanity, I'm not just experiencing this life as Brother Z. This is one of billions that I'm experiencing right now for my higher self. I'm just veiled because I'm not aware of all these billions unless I really focus in and connect with my higher self and sit in stillness. It can start to feel some of those lifetimes, not in clarity, but just everywhere else, right? But there's all those experiences, all those billions of them all. And those are all having different experiences too, evolutions, transformations, changing, learning things. And it's interesting because, in a way, again, they're not trying to take the fun and the excitement out of the changes that are coming and different things. But I kind of feel like Spirit is saying, just look at it in the scheme of everything, that it's not really it's kind of being blown out of proportion a little bit. It feels that it's, oh, it's going to be this. And it's like, well, maybe from the caterpillar, the first time they go into the cocoon, oh my God, this is so new and so different. But as many times as we've experienced it in multiple different lifetimes of different beings and different iterations, they're like, maybe it's just, um, put it in perspective a little bit, I feel like is what they're encouraging us to do so that we don't get caught up in into the, focus of the outside world and focus on outcomes and focus on things, come back to us, come back to the us. Otherwise, we might get so drawn into the idea and the outside that we become unstable because everything points us inward, but if something's trying to point us outward and look at all this and what's going on, we can get, drawn into those as well, right? And then we have the Knight of Swords along with this too, which is, movement of seeking truth from the upper world, um, seeking clarity, transformation, information coming in, and there'll be more clarity around things that come in and we will again, that's kinda like the fog is lifting and things changing, like that as well. Um, so I feel like that, and then we got these other cards. We got the Empress and the Magician, so again, there's this creation energy like the Queen of Pentacles. There is birthing, there is change, but there's so much here about our own energy, and this is all of us are having this expression of ourselves into the outside world, right? We come down here to understand ourselves more, and that is the magician is, they raise their wand to the heavens, they point their hand to the ground, and it's all this expression that comes through here. And we all will experience, we all are our own little creators. We all will, and this is kind of reinforcing that, how we'll experience it all differently, based on, where we are here, right? Um, so I like that. Oh, it's an interesting perspective there. I don't agree with that user PC, but um, everyone can have their own opinion. And we got the Queen of Swords. So this is about the balance between head and heart and I feel like that's kind of their thing is just take everything with a grain of salt and see what resonates with your soul and what does not. And regarding all the things, but just no matter what is happening in the outside world, we get to come back to, um, coming back to this um, place within us where we remember who we really are: powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit beings, made of unconditional love. So interesting, right? Yeah, that's an interesting concept there. Again, I don't agree with that user PC. We're all immortal. We all have a soul that is eternal, unconditional. Um, that would be a sad state to feel like this is all we have. Yep. And then we got the dream catcher coming in here. I like that. Card number 50, which is where the night's whispers catch the soul's secrets. So let's see what else they have to add in here for us. So the invocation is I open my mind to the language of dreams, listening to what lies beneath. Dreamcatcher appears as an invitation to honor the messages carried by your dreams. Like the sacred web that filters, it catches meaningful vision, symbols, and warnings from the night, guiding you toward healing, clarity, and deep understanding. This card encourages you to pay close attention to your dream world, to journal, reflect, and explore the subtle wisdom that surfaces while you sleep. Dreams are sacred messengers from the subconscious, revealing hidden fears, desires, and truths that may be missed in waking life. The shadow side of the card would be ignoring or dismissing dreams, nightmares causing fear without reflection, confusion over mixed or unclear messages, and disconnection from intuition and inner voice. The three reflection questions are: what dream messages am I neglecting? How can I better welcome and interpret my dreams? And what parts of myself speak in the language of dreams? Been a lot of dream energy lately coming in. I know I used like a dream oracle deck a couple weekends ago, and I love this. We dream every night. We just don't always remember what we're dreaming, but that is when we connect to the upper world and when we have interpretations, where we have information, where we process emotions. So I feel like, this it's like this world is the dream and eventually we wake up from it, right? And I like that kind of in there, right? You friggin' fell asleep. You were dreaming. You're so funny. So here is your timestamp, Deb Deb. Yeah, I just finished yours. Yeah. Yeah, that's good for you to think, PC, but and we all get to determine our truths. But I don't force anyone to believe what I believe, so thank you for allowing all of us to believe what we believe as well. All right, so we'll leave that there. So, I hope you enjoy that, Deb Deb. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. All right, and then I think, hey, Sean G came in. Let's see here. So, first we had an additional donation from JoJo. So I'll put you on the list here. Boom, boom. And then I see yours here, Sean G, via Zcash app. So we'll put you on here as well. All right. So we've got two for just Alice up next, and then JoJo, and then Sean G is where we're at. And plate of spaghetti. Welcome, welcome. I don't see here a question from you. Um, So if you do have a question, you can put it out there and we'll add you on. All right. Okay. So cheers, everybody. We'll dive back in. So, Alice, you are up 130.04 for number one. And so thank you for your happy smiley emoji and for your first donation. So Kyle's thoughts, feelings about you, where he wants the connection to go to next. All right, let's take a look and see what their energies are. So Kyle's thoughts first. Let's see what's going on inside their amazing brain and then their feelings. All right. And then where he wants this connection to go. I've got that here. Got that here. And oops, they want any of those. All right. I think that is it. We will so see what we have here. So, first of all, Kyle's thoughts. We do have the Five of Cups. It's a little bit of focus on some lower vibrational emotional energy. Let's see what's underneath here, too. Yeah, Ten of Swords. Kind of felt that's where this emotion was going. Ten of Swords is about, you know, tired of trying to live up to other people's expectations, tired of feeling disappointed, kind of like we were talking about with that. They've got this is who I want kind of energy, that someone needs to be this for me. And why is everyone always disappointing me? Why am I always, you know, I can't find the perfect person. And it's like, well, because there is nobody that matches that, like we've talked about before, right? So they've got this energy here where they're thinking, and just feels like there's some um it's lower vibrational feelings that they're thinking about, because we'll talk about their feelings here in a sec, but they're thinking about the how they have felt disappointed here and how they felt disappointed here, and that they really wish this would have been this way. And so they're kind of ruminating and kind of going over that expectation list that's below the surface, and finding out, where the lack has been, in it. But that's what happens with any relationship or any situation when we have expectations. We're always in the negative, people working our way up to zero, but we hardly ever make our way that far, because there's no one can ever hit these expectations 100%, if at all in our life, and if so, for very like boop, and then oh nope, it's changed, because the expectations are always changing, and we're always changing. Life is always changing. That I feel like that's kind of where they're caught up in with that. Um, let's see what their feelings are right here. What's their emotions? Yeah, they do have the Nine of Cups. They still have this hope for a dream come true with their emotions. Underneath the surface, we do have the Six of Pentacles, which is this energy of codependence. Codependent. It's one of my codependency awareness cards. And so, their heart is hoping that I can find this dream, that you are the dream come true. And, with this over giving energy, that where they're trying to keep it being adult, the tendency is that it turns into parent child energy, right? And generally, well, it depends. They're showing me that it depends on the person. Sometimes they're the overgiver and other people were ended up being the child or the taker. In other times they were in a relationship with such an overgiver that they dominated the overgiving, and they feel like couldn't keep up with the giver, energy. But their heart is still hopeful, but their mind has already started the dissection of actions and stuff like they normally do. That's here. So let's see where they want this connection to go based on current energies. Yeah, they still are wanting to see if this will go this way. So they're still not giving up yet. They haven't, the jury is still out. They haven't made the decision not to try to move towards that important relationship. Though underneath the surface, we do have the Four of Cups, which is that energy of, you know, the relationships they've had before haven't fulfilled them. And they won't feel fulfilled until that Ace of Cups, which is their self-love, till they're able to love themselves because they're looking to the outside world to find someone that will fill them up and be that for them, and in that none of us can do that for any of us because I can't love anyone else more than I can love myself, nor allow and someone to love me more than to the extent I love myself. And they haven't been working on that a whole lot. That's why they have that I need this person, that unobtainableness, because they're in that loop, in that cycle. The energy underneath it all, I mean, we do have the Full card and the Magician, which is the what follows the Full card, the 0 and the 1. They do, the underlying energy here of the Full card is getting to that place of letting all of the expectations go, letting that facade and that illusion go of who we think we're supposed to be with, filling up on the inside. And the Magician is realizing, I am everything that I need. And then someone becomes above and beyond extra. That's what happens in our transformation when we're looking for love in the outside world. We just don't find it. Not for very long, if at all. It's conditional love, it's temporary, all pointing us back to our love inside of us. And then once we find that love inside of us, then the outside world becomes above and beyond extra. And then instead of the outside world feeling lacking, it feels fulfilling, right? So let's see here what the Oracle brings in here. So for your first one here, you'll have the Oracle of the Rift Walker, and then for the second one, we'll have one of the smaller ones because these are kind of lengthy. So for this one, you've got the Tide Keeper. I thought it was going to say time. It says Tide. 34. As sands through the hourglass, so are the days of our lives, right? Not all things come when called. Some arrive only when the sea, like the ocean sea, says yes. Let's see what this brings in here. The invocation says, I do not chase the water. I listen to the pool, Pull. I plant my feet and wait until it rises to meet me. Mm. Tidekeeper is the guardian of divine timing, the one who knows that even the moon must wait its turn to move the sea. When this card appears, you're asked to stop pulling at the thread, to release urgency, to trust that what is meant will return with the tide, not because you forced it, but because it was always coming. Patience is not stillness without meaning. It is the alignment with the greater rhythm, even when you don't know the song. Some blessings cannot be rushed. Some paths take shape only when you wait long enough to see them. This card invites you to become the keeper of your own tide, to know that waiting is not weakness, it is wisdom, and the wave always returns. The shadow energy around the card, frustration with slow progress. Yeah, right? Forcing outcomes before they're ready, doubting your timeline due to comparison, seeking signs out of desperation rather than trust, and mistaking quiet for abandonment. 4 reflection questions. What if this pause is protecting me? Can I trust the unseen work of becoming? What am I trying to rush that isn't ready to rise? And where can I give myself the grace of time? Interesting. So hopefully that helps. That is what they have for your first one here. So thank you for that. All right. Deb, Deb, you have trouble staying awake after dinner time? I know, right? After I eat lunch, I'm just gonna take a nap. Yeah. All right. So, Alice, thank you for your first one. Your number 2, we've got 140 even. Whoops. There we go. So here is your timestamp for number 2. And thank you for your wink, wink sticker there and your second donation. Let's find you down here. So, why did Kyle uh, look back my book gift for him and look weird in the morning? He said he gave back the book because he couldn't fit everything in his luggage, but kept the snacks you gave him. He also glared at me when he gave it back, and I wonder why. Okay. How interesting. So let's see what we got here. Why did Kyle give back your book gift for him? Let's look at that first here. I don't have room for a book. You can carry it. You jerk. No, I was kidding. I'm just saying. All right. That's not spirit. That's Bretta Z. I am human. All right. And then why did he give the weird look? Let's see what they want you to know about the weird look here. Okay, we got that. Don't want any of those. And this here. Like him. So you wonder why the look is this one. Okay. So what do we have here? First of all, why did he give you back the book? Yeah, so the 5 of Wands, there's a little bit of conflict energy with this here. And yeah, we do have the 8 of Wands with the Death card here. You know, there is this energy that I'm picking up with this. Not sure what the book was, but there's something about the book itself, and I don't wanna say that they took it like you were hint well, it's kinda like they were like, "You want me to read this book because there's something wrong with me?" And I don't know, I feel like they've gotten books like that from people before, so I don't even know if the subject of the book is anything that like self-improvement or anything like that at all anyway, but I feel like from the past, they've had people give them books going, "You know, you could really learn from this," and they would give them books or they would leave a book out or, you know, as a hint that you need to change. So for it's like they have this emotional reaction to people gifting them and giving them a book that goes back to, "You're wanting to change me. You think something's wrong with me." And so there's this, their heart was like, "Oh, a gift," their mind, "Oh, this means you think I'm less than," kind of energy. So I feel like there was that in there. I'd be interested to see what was the book that, that they got here too, right? So, so I like that, awareness around it going, "Oh, that's interesting that it came there." So what was the look? We got all this wands energy, 5 of wands, 8 of wands, 6 of wands. Um, let's see what else we had here, and the 3 of cups. 3 of cups energy and the 7 of wands. Wow, the 6, you have the 5, the 6, the 7, the 8 of wands. They got all this energy that's coming in here. And I feel like there's this, um, interesting energy about, um, they were in this happy mood and they were trying to be happy, and this it was such a contrast for 'em on the inside. This old emotion coming up, this old connection to someone's trying to change me energy. And because the 7 of Wands is, I'm gonna be true to my authentic self, and I gotta be me. And, I feel like they had this surge with them that they felt like they had to defend themselves, but then they decided not to, and I feel like that's where the look came from is, "Why you giving me a book?" You know, what's wrong with what do you think is wrong with me? Because that's their fear is that they're not gonna meet up to the expectations, and that's their fear of rejection kind of energy coming in, right? The bottom of the deck, you did have the 4 of Swords too, and here's that full card. This makes sense now because they brought this back in from the last reading, is they wanna be free of expectations, and the 4 of Swords is resting, being free of expectations too, and um, even though, they have expectations on everyone else and themselves, they don't want it from other people. And I feel like it kind of ignited that kind of energy there for them, to see it. Um, it was just a reminder of this feeling they get when someone feels like they're not who they want them to be, and so they try to change them. So, hopefully that makes sense. I'm trying to get it through clearly, but, because I feel what they're trying to have me say, but hopefully feel like you get that. So, let's see here for your fortune cookie, let's see what else we can come in here. What else for this here? Yeah, I love this. I give myself permission to release any guilt, shame, or regret. Yeah, it's like, I'm gonna release this. Because that's where guilt, shame, and regret come from is expectations, and, when we feel like there's something that we're supposed to be and should be, need to be, and have to be, but we don't feel we are, so we feel guilty, we feel bad, we regret, or if someone feels like we're disappointing them, we feel guilty, we feel regret, we feel shame. It's like, no, all that is human, um opinion and made up stuff. There is nothing that has to that has to mean. So hopefully that helps a little bit there. Alice, so hang in there. Many blessings to you. All right. Okay. All right. And then plate of spaghetti. I do see your question. We'll add you to the list here, the free list. All right. So up next, we've got number 2 for JoJo, and then Sean G. You'll be up after that. I think that's where we are at. So, JoJo, 147.51 for number 2. Thank you for that additional donation. And we'll give that a love and a like since it lets me here. Make sure I didn't skip anyone. Nope. Okay. So, JoJo, let us find your question. Oh, does your high school twin miss you too? Oh, let's take a look here. Does your high school twin miss you too? Whoa. Card shooting out of the deck here. And this and this here. All right, let's see what we got here. All right. Feel here, the bottom of the deck, we do have the 5 of Wands here. And I feel like this is a yes because I feel like they are going through like a firestorm. And I feel like they're through a lot of conflict. They got the 6 of Cups here underneath it, which is, someone from the past. And this is like you to them and them to you. And the Queen of Cups. I like this Queen and King of Cups underneath. Yeah, it's almost like twinsies, right? Both royals of the emotional suit. But I feel like because the Queen of Cups is the one that, is theirs, it's and you offered both of those energies for them. One is you intuitively knew things, you again, like twins, right? You guys kinda picked up on each other, and they missed that someone just getting them, emotionally, and, you guys would contact one another and you guys were feeling the same thing. It's almost like when a twin, you know, pinch and they feel the pinch too. It's kind of like you guys had that more emotionally than physically, but maybe sometimes physically too. But they miss that connection. And also, you were a great source of balance for each other. That King of Cups energy is the balance between the head and the heart. That you guys really helped each other through a lot of things in that balance. And they are thinking of you right now too with this hellstorm that they're going through. They're just like, um, they miss having that, person that they could connect with, kind of energy. So I like that. Let's see what else we have here. That's the bottom of the deck. Yeah, the 9 of Pentacles. Yeah, they are pretty much feel like they're isolated here with this 9 of Pentacles. Um, in comparison, especially, I mean, they've got acquaintances and stuff, but I don't feel like they've ever had a friend, since then like you. Of course, you're one of a kind, right? We know that. But, there's this energy here of feeling isolated and feeling that way here. Yeah, we got the Lovers card. That's an important, connection, they felt that way. The 8 of Swords, I feel like, again, this you guys helped work through and let things go and talk through things, right? Yeah, that would be why you wanna send them some warmth and send them some love, but you helped each other get things off your mind and process things that were on your mind. You guys were able to be each other's sounding boards, and that's another thing that they're thinking about. Because, like, if I could just talk, and I know just talking sometimes helps, but no one would understand. I would have to explain things, and I just don't feel like explaining things. I just wanna tell someone and to someone who gets it, and that was, like, the relationship that you guys had. You have the King of Wands and the World. Yeah, they are at this significant ending in their lives and, to for this new beginning, and they're really at this place a lot of decisions need to be made. And so that's, like, where a big part of everything is. It just feels like their life is so many decisions, so many things that need to be determined, big decisions, basically to be made with this King of Wands that they need to make that. And though they would like to clear the throne room of everyone else, they would like to have you as their advisor. You know how, like, all the kings would have a wise advisor? That's what you guys were to one another. You helped um, each other's kingdom run more smoothly because you gave each other different points of view and support too in things too. So I like that. Yeah, we got the High Priestess and the Ace of Wands, and you guys do connect in a psychic way on the ethereal planes. I wouldn't even say that you guys meet each other in each other's dreams too, and have this um, beautiful, beautiful, um, it's a higher connection. It is. It's funny that the twinsies. It makes total sense that that's how you guys felt about each other because it does feel this very strong connection that you guys have at a mental, emotional, spiritual, kind of connection that comes in here. Yeah. Like you basically. Yeah, we got each other. Yeah. Yeah. And so I do feel like you guys pick up and on each other even now, and you come across each other's minds, and when you're thinking of them, they're thinking of you and vice versa. Um, so, um, I like that. Suits your fortune cookie brings in here too. All right, let's see. I feel like I want to go to one of these little wisdom within cards here. All right. I like it. I am a multi-dimensional forceful being who is equipped to have and hold the entire universe inside me. What a beautiful, beautiful card. So I like that. It's like reminding you that, we are multidimensional. So I like that for you. So hopefully that helps, Jojo. We were married basically, right? Too funny. All right. So that is that. And then I think we just are here. Let me see. Think we have anything in there? Nope. All right. So, Sean G, hey, you are up next. Here is your time stamp. Boom, boom, boom. Thank you for your donation via Zcash app. And your question here, you finished the paperwork for your cousin. Oh, yeah, to sign for your father's estate. Will it be signed? Let's see. Will it be signed by the end of next week? Will it go through? And I get the estate transferred to my name before the end of April. All right. Let's see here based on current energies. What we have coming in here. All right. So, first of all, will it be signed by the end of next week based on current energies? All right. And then will it go through? Right. And then will you get the estate transferred to your name before the end of April? And then anything else you need to know here? I think I got these two and these two. All right. All right. So, first of all, will it be signed by the end of next week? Yes. Knight of Wands. Go, go, go. Move, move, move. Fastest horse out of them all. Go, go, go. So that feels like a yes. Very quick. Will it go through? Oop, look at this. Star card. Dream come true. Boom, boom, boom. I like it. If the stars are in alignment. And then will you get the estate transferred in your name before the end of April? Queen of Pentacles. Boom, boom, boom. I love it. That's abundance. That's harvest. So I like it all. Feels like very positive energies here. The bottom of the deck warns you just, with the 9 of swords, that's nightmare and insomnia, letting expectations go. Try to get out of your head around it and focus, underneath that we have the 5 of wands with the king of swords, which just reiterates kind of try to get out of our head and let go of control and focus on, the energy of gratitude. Will help. Will help it stay smooth and have it go through. Try not to let fears sneak in with it all. Let's see what else they want you to know here too. Okay. Wheel of Fortune and the Hangman. So this thing that's been taking a long time in transformation, here's the Wheel of Fortune. It does come to completion here. So I like that. It's for you. You got the King of Cups. So this beautiful balance between head and heart that come in here. And the 8 of Wands and the 9 of Pentacles. Yeah, so it's very fast. That brings you this independence, this financial independence with this 9 of Pentacles. So, and it happens fast. It happens faster, or it happens fast because you would like it to happen 3, 4, 6, 8 months ago, right? But here it comes in the perfect timing. So I love all that for you. We'll see what your fortune cookie brings in here too, but it seems very positive. I know. Woohoo! Everything for a reason, right? Because you were delayed in doing certain things, going certain places on purpose. Because the finances, had you had it, you would have done different things, but it's coming in the perfect timing because you've got clarity around more about who you are and what you're wanting to achieve and where you're wanting to go to. So I like that. Yeah, I like it. Master number, power number 33. Before the compass, it says, into the unknown, the quiet trial of intuition and the prayer whispered only to yourself. Ooh, let's see what this is. Your invocation says, no lantern glows, no crow circles, no spirits whisper from the boughs, and still I go. When before the compass appears, the card, you are in a place beyond maps, a stretch of inner wilderness where spirit is silent and no human hands point the way. This is the trial of true discernment, a space where your next step must come from instinct, not omen. When this card appears, you must travel alone and pray for yourself. It's not punishment, it is pilgrimage. The sacred moment before the compass is not about finding the path, it's about proving to yourself that you can walk without one, that you know deep in the marrow how to listen to the hush between thoughts, that your soul is not lost, only learning to lead. To wait for rescue here is to rot in place. To beg for signs is to overlook the voice inside that has been whispering all along. Go, G-O. We don't say that word around our black lab, my host black lab. If you say, I think I'm going to go to they're like, go? You're like, no, you stay home. The shadow of the card, craving external validation, mistaking silence for abandonment, denying your own wisdom, waiting too long to act, and hoping for shortcuts that don't exist, if any of those resonate. Your 4 reflection questions are, what part of me is afraid to move forward without reassurance? What would change if I believed I already have what I need? What do I know in my gut, even if I can't explain it? And am I willing to be brave even if no one sees me do it? I like it. So that is your card, Sean. I love it. Here we go. What's next? What happens after this? Only you will know. All right. So that is what they have for you, Sean. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. All right. Oh, it was Shakespeare's sonnets because he said he particularly liked it, and he buys multiple copies of different books, although they already have a copy of the book. Oh, interesting. Oh, I love that, Deb Deb. How fun. All right, and then we've got Neon Bright Lights. Hey, good to see you. Welcome, new subscriber. We'll get you on to the free list here, which we're about to begin here in a moment. Since I just finished a donation. So, who I have on the list right now, we've got user PC up first, and then Aditi, Swaroop Bobby, Minahil, Lily Cherry Blossom, Ravit, Velvet Flare Soul, and then Angel Guides, Livieva Gara, Cat Mia, Meow Meow, the Dollface Diva, Blueberry, Plate of Spaghetti, and then Neon Bright Lights. You people after that. So that is what we have. So cheers, everybody. We'll dive in. These go faster. These are 1 to 2 card readings for the free reading, so they'll go a little faster. So we will get to everyone here. So cheers. And since I started using that frequency emulator, I think I shared that when I because my host is above me and our bedrooms are hers is above mine. And so when I turned it on, I didn't tell her that I started using this. And my brother had told me that it makes you remember your dreams. And I started remembering my dreams. Like after 3 days, I was talking to my host and I was like, how have your dreams been? Like, oh my God, I could never remember my dreams, but the last 3 nights, "Oh my god." And I'm just like, "Shut up, really?" And then I told her. So she got one for herself too, and she's like, "I'm having the craziest dreams." She's trying different frequencies too. It's really cool. All right. I know enough blah, blah, blah. Let's get into more readings here. So thank you guys again so much for being here, and thank you for the thumbs up too. It does help spread the Zen love. It shows me and my channel some love, and I'm so grateful for that. Shows me you're enjoying your readings, and it does help with the algorithm. So that's why you're part of the love tsunami that helps get that out there. So I like it. Yeah, you are absolutely. So I think you heard now that you're on the list there, Neon. So boom, boom, boom. Cheers. All right. So up first, we got user PC. All right. So here is your timestamp here. I need like a general reading. Let's see here. What does Spirit wants you to know here? All right. So you do have here the Seven of Cups and the Knight of Wands energy. I like this. This is like the fire horse energy with the Knight of Wands because it is the horse on fire. We moved into the year of the fire horse. And they're showing here with the Seven of Cups, there's like these 7 experiences that you have coming your way, because I feel like this isn't something that's happened in the past. This is something that's being ignited by the movement of this energy and moving into this next year. And there's 7 significant emotional, and they're not all lower, they're not all higher. There's a variety, and they're different, and they're all happening, and it's like they're happening in sequence because it's really standing out that we start here, and then we have 2 that are similar here, then we go here, and then we have 2 that are similar here, and then we go to a higher one, and it does feel like they kind of build up over time. Like the first feels like a lower vibrational experience, and then you have 2 higher vibrational experiences, and then a higher one, and then higher. It just feels like it's culminating, and I feel like 7 is an important number for you because it is this spiritual journey energy number, and you're moving up in it, and it's like 1 per month, it feels like almost, where it's, you started off and maybe you've already had the lower vibrational one that's if you haven't, I feel like it'll be anytime because I feel like we went into that, what was it, like February 17th? Yeah, February 17th to, like, March 17th is the 1st month because that's when we went to the Fire Horse. So it's like the 17th to the 17th, the 17th to the 17th, and I feel like over 7 months, you're just gonna have these significant emotional energies that get ignited, and it's like the big thing around it all is just to feel them. It's not to fix them, it's not, um there's always purpose to everything, but there's not homework around them. I like that. There's not homework and anything you need to do except just experience them. 'Cause I feel like you're learning to let emotions flow, even the uncomfortable ones. It's like, "Okay, I'm gonna let myself feel this instead of analyze it or push it down. I'm just gonna allow myself to be in the emotion." I feel this is part of, because 'cause didn't you get a reading, was your reading last night or the one before recently was about you going to a new level in your empathic abilities, and I feel like this is part of the lab. You know how, like, you learn something in school, in classroom, and then you put it to practice? Part of what you're learning and growing through is learning just to be able to feel it without feeling like you have to act on it, and I like that. It's a great thing for all of us to learn. So, that's what they have for you, user BC. Many blessings to you. Right. And a DT, you are up 20903. Here is your timestamp. And you want to know who Anmol loves more, you or Nurani? All right, let's take a look here. See what emotional energy they have for both of you. So that is for you. This is for them. And yours is the Four of Cups. And theirs is the King of Pentacles. So out of emotion, I feel like they have more emotion for you because you got the cups energy. They got pentacles and coins and physicalness over there. So there's more emotional energy towards you. For Nurami, it's more of the physicalness of who they are, the abundance of who they are, um, how they. It's not how they feel around them. It's almost as if they feel like there's this energy of safety around Nurami with this pentacles because the king of pentacles is fullness and this and they're like I like being around them because I feel they make me feel like I'm the king of the world. Um and for you they do have emotion for you and there is love there. But the four of cups is also like it's a stagnant emotional energy. It's like you know an emptiness that comes with it, which is what we all experience with the Four of Cups when we try to fill our the chalice of our heart up with love from the outside world, whether it is with human situations or things. It falls short. It doesn't fill us up. It's not allowed to. It's like trying to put a regular gas nozzle into an unleaded car or something. There's something about there's this, this energy of um, this um it's it's too small and it just doesn't allow it. It doesn't fill us up, kind of energy that comes in here. Um well, I don't feel like they have love for Nurami. I feel like they just look at him as something that makes like they're use them to define their worth, but I don't feel like they have emotion, like love for them. They use them more as like, um, it's good for my pride, that I'm around them. I feel bigger around them, but I don't feel emotion for them, right? So, and they do have emotion for you, but they still feel empty because and when I first read your question, I heard how can they love someone else when they have very little love for themselves. They can only love other people for as much love as they have for themselves. They don't have a ton for themselves, but out of the two of you or Nurami, I feel like they have emotion more for you, but they feel puffed up around Nurani, but it's more of a mental expectations feeling full energy than it is an emotional thing, right? Oh, it's his ex. So that could be why it's like, well, um, but hopefully that helps a little bit of DT. That is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. You're very welcome. All right, Swell Root Bobby, you're up to 1312. So there is your timestamp. And then when will you get a new job? Any time frame, please. Let's bring in the timing cards here. I feel like we're going to use this part of the stack here. I got tarot and this other deck here all together. Let's see what we got here. So based on current energies, when will you get a new job? Any time frame? Let's see what can we know here. Okay, this one. Anything else? This one. All right, let's see what we got. Gee, thanks. Oh, timing. Its timing is quickly, but you got within a year. So I was like, gee, thanks. Well, good. But the magician card is about wherever you, feel like we talk about this, right? Where if you're focusing in on, I need it, I want it, it has to happen soon, and fear energy or lack energy, which is want and need energy, that actually makes it more difficult for jobs to be drawn our way, right? But the more I focus in on the gratitude of if I have a job now, what am I grateful about the job I have now? Eh, and in either case, if I have a job now where I don't, focusing on jobs I've had in the past that I've loved. What have I loved about them? Not because I don't think there's any job where like, "Oh, I loved every piece of this job." That would be a miracle. It's, I loved this about that job, and I love that about that job, and I loved that about that job. And gratitude, creator, I really loved these opportunities, and I love that, and I love that. You're basically showing the creator the things that you love around job and work and career, and then that opens us up to receive it more. So we're the magician, our manifestation, we're the ones that draw things in or push it away. And so being aware of that energy, it can come in quickly. They're not giving you timing here. They're giving you within a year, but this is teaching you so much about your energy is what controls your life. You're not at the whim of other people making decisions or not, or blah, blah, blah. It's our energy, our focus. The more we're in that energy of gratitude and possibility, then we draw that towards us. So I know I wish I could give you a date and a time and the company and everything else, but that would be boring? You're like, "Let me be bored then." All right, that's what they have for you, Swaroop. Hang in there. Many blessings. All right, Miniheel, you are up 216 even. So Miniheel, here is your timestamp. A general love reading. Let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know about love? Okay, got that. What else? On this one here. All right. Wow. Yeah, you're definitely in this process of letting go of a lot of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that are ready to be removed. That's the devil card. It's Saturn, Capricorn energy. It's all about the shaking and the rattling of our cage to help us be aware of this Nine of Swords, all of these thoughts and beliefs and mindsets around love that keep us feeling blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and in fear and feeling small. Um, and when we're in those fears, we're in that belief around that things have to happen a certain way. It needs to be this type of person. That person needs to bring this to the relationship. This is how a relationship is supposed to form and how it's supposed to progress and how it's supposed to end up and what it's supposed to bring me and what I'm supposed to be in that and who I'm supposed to be in life. And exhausting, right? I mean, we're given all that though. This is all the stuff that has to happen, or you're unlovable and you're rejectable and you're worthless is what we're taught. And that's what freaks us out, right? That's what makes us want to control. And we need love to happen so I can feel worthy and I can feel, like I'm, um, acceptable and worthy and lovable. And so we have all this control, we have all these expectations, but they suck the life out of relationships and it pushes relationships further away. It's lower vibrational, it slows it down. It's like a ship with anchors dragging along the bottom of the sea. It doesn't matter how much the wind is blowing, that boat is moving ever so slowly. But as we question these anchors and we bring them up back onto the boat and look at them and they're not stuck in the bottom anymore, then we're able to, move because we're raising our love vibration by letting go of those small T truths rooted in fear. And we're able to raise our vibration that speeds things up and moves it along. So you're in a period right now, you're questioning more of your long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, setting yourself free from all those restrictions to where when you when your heart is ready for love and it's drawing that in, that you will be in more of an energy of gratitude for who they are, gratitude for what the relationship is and how it's progressing, grateful for who you are in the relationship, not judging it by these expectations, how it's falling short. Because the more we do that, we focus on what's not happening, we get more of that. When we have all those expectations, we talk a lot about expectations Spirit does on this channel, that, when we have all these things of our human mind that are given to us, we're always feeling like we're starting off in the negative, and to get to 0, we're acceptable, we have to do all this. Once we hit 0, then if we ever do get to that, then that's when abundance happens. The heart, when we live from the heart and not from the mind with all its expectations, there is no expectations. Everything is abundance. And then when we're looking at gratitude for what we love, what we love, what we love, not for what's not happening, who they're not being. Look at the timing. This isn't happening in the right timing. All that drags us down, whereas gratitude is what speeds everything up. So you're in that kind of zone right now. I know, but that's what's going on right now, Mini Heels. So that's what they have for you. Enjoy. Many blessings to you. All right. We got Minu in the house. Hey, Minu. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. All right. Let me just prepare some of these here. Put my little squigglies, makes it go faster. Oops, when I get to these here. Okay, that's enough for now. All right, let me take a quick sip. Cheers, everybody. Thank you again for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love, and I'm so grateful for that. All right. So, Lily Cherry Blossom, you are up 220.50. Oops, I knew there was something missing here. Your little @ sign is missing. There it is. Well, come on, grab that too. There we go. Here is your timestamp. User error. So you got some revelations about the potential transformation that may happen to you this year. Is it a new career or a sudden proposal? All right, let's take a look here. So what is the information on the transformation? Let's see what we got here. Yeah, it feels like here we've got you have the 7 of Swords, which is letting go of some expectations, some of these thoughts and beliefs that have cheated you out of opportunities and thieved and stolen opportunity before here from the 2 of Cups, which would be relationship energy. I I'm I don't want to like ignite any lower vibrational emotions, but that this will be up to you. But I feel when I get this is the deceiver card, and the 2 of Cups, of course, is relationship energy. We can look at this as that you're letting go of some of your thoughts and beliefs, but there could be deception or cheating or something that is revealed that suddenly ends a relationship. And it doesn't have to be lover. If you're, you know, with someone expecting a proposal, um, this could not be this, but it could be that you find something out and that ends the relationship, that opens up and changes your life, and it's a sudden change. But there is something that's revealed. There's truth that's revealed, some hidden truth, someone that was being deceiving before, and it's an important relationship in your life with this 2 of Cups. But it does impact whatever this important relationship is in your life, and that's the big sudden transformation, because suddenly you remove someone out of your life because of the deception that you didn't realize was going on with them. Doesn't have to be a romantic relationship, but it kind of screams that here, don't it? But um, if that's what needs to happen, then it is for you, because you'd rather know now than after you're married. If that is the case, if this is them here, but I feel like that's the sudden potential transformation that comes in, is there's a significant change, whether it's a close friend, a family member, or lover, that it's psh, uh, you see someone for the true picture of who they are, and um, it allows you this opening, right? It's like a tower moment, right, in our life. Towers are always for us, even though it's scary when you see a tower burning down. But whenever anything happens, it is always for us. It's to help create space. When something or someone is removed out of our life, it creates the space for something that is in more alignment with our energy and where we want to head. It clears an obstacle out to have us move forward into something that's more in alignment. So we can always trust whatever this is that it's for us. But I feel like that is the clarity around what the situation it is. Does have to be with some hidden stuff comes out around an important relationship in your life. So that's what they have for you, Lily. So hang in there, my dear. Many blessings to you. I know. I don't like being that messenger. Anyway, Ravit, you are up next. So 22503. I want to be the happy news deliverer. But every news is happy until at some point we'll eventually see it. Especially like, in a case where we have someone who um let's say they are cheating on us, and or they will, I'd much rather have them out of my life to meet someone who's 1,000 times more in an alignment with me. I'd be happy. Thank you that that happened. Once I meet this amazing wow person, then I'm happy. But while this is happening, I know we're not happy. All right. So, general reading for you, Ravit. Sorry. Just had to finish what they wanted me to say. All right. Well, I just put this card back in. It came back out. So you do have something unfolding here with the Justice card, which is Libra energy that rules over the house of relationship, and the Two of Cups, which is a relationship card. So you got this clarity. The Justice card, she usually has like an Ace of Swords, which allows us to see things from a higher perspective, balancing, cutting away some old thoughts and beliefs and mindsets about relationships. And that's a great balancing energy because it does open you up and allows you to get to this place where you can um, be open to this relationship to come forward. Because I feel like with the balancing scales being there, there might be a little bit of out of balance, which we all start off way out of balance because we're inundated on this side of the scale with all these thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, all this opinion about who someone is supposed to be and how a relationship is supposed to be and should be and how it's supposed to unfold, blah, 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 all these rules and opinions from as I knock all this stuff, um, you know, um, inundates and piles up over here. We don't get a whole lot of capital T truths from the spirit world till later in our life, and then it starts to and then we question these thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. That's part of this justice card and um, realization. And we take things that we experienced, beliefs, transform it into higher wisdom. So not only do we take it off of here, which raises the scale, we add it over here, which also helps it move faster. So you're in this energy of learning and a lot about why do I believe what I believe about relationships and what thoughts. It's about questioning those and balancing the scales. And then that opens up for a higher vibrational, higher balanced relationship to come your way. So I feel like that is where we're in right now. So the more we can let go of the thoughts and beliefs around relationships that don't serve us anymore, the higher we go and the faster we're drawn together. So that is what they have for you, Ravit. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. Then we have Velvet Flare Soul. Hello, hello. Got 22827 is for yours. And is there a comeback in your relationship with A? How does he see you like his true impression? All right, we'll take a sip here and dive in. Cheers, cheers. So, based on current energies and choices, is there a comeback? And then how does he see you like his true impression? Let's see what we can see here. We got the Two of Pentacles about is a comeback in the cards here. It's still up in the air. I mean, literally juggling. Feels like they're juggling between two people with these two pentacles. is what the energy is, coming in with this. So it's like, I almost feel like they're going, I don't know, kind of weighing, do I want to go back to you or do I want this other person kind of energy that's here? How does he see you, like his true impression? Well, there is romance here. We've got the Knight of Cups. So there is this movement of emotional energy. So there still is romantic um, emotion for you. Um, but when we're asking about their true impression of you, I feel because this also every night is on a quest for love. And I feel like their true impression of you is that you're looking to get married. You're looking for a mate. You're looking for someone to fill this position in your life. And I feel like they're wanting someone to want them for them and not have any expectations or any, like, I don't have to have intentions around anything that you just, they want someone that just loves them and doesn't need anything from them. And that way, whatever I give you is above and beyond extra instead of you have all these expectations of what you're wanting from someone and they feel like they're behind and that they have to work so hard just to get up to meeting expectations, to get up to zero, to get up to a C. You know, they want an A just for effort, not a C for doing everything, you know? And so I feel like that's kind of their impression of you. Um, but just remember that all of our impressions of the outside world are all through our own glasses, right? We don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are through all the lens of all our experiences in our past. So, you know, when we're looking at, you know, other people and going, "Oh, this is what they are." It's like, "Ooh, mirror." When you point, there's 3 fingers pointing back at us, right? So just realize a lot of that has to do with their own upbringing, their own mindsets and experiences, and has little to do really with you. So, so it's up in the air still. I feel like they're more leaning toward not getting back because they feel like, you know, I don't wanna go back into that feeling like I'm in the hole trying to make my way up. They're, like, looking and thinking, "Maybe this other person will give me an A for effort." It's like, you know, in school, how you're like, "What classes do you want?" "Well, I'll take art, that's an easy A." Or you're gonna take a difficult class, it's, you know, you have to work hard to get a C or a B in it, but you'll feel so accomplished once you do. But sometimes we just opt for an easy A and take a class that's easy, something we don't have to do anything with someone, right? So, a lot of times when we're are human, we'll seek, um, comfort and ease instead of hardness and fear of failure, right? So, that's why a lot of times people will choose, um, someone that they feel doesn't expect anything from them versus someone who could be high maintenance but is worth it. That's what I used to tell my exes. You're because I used to be high maintenance, I believe, upon reflection. At the time, I didn't realize that, but I was like, "Yeah, I do have high demands, but I'm worth it." But evidently I wasn't to them. That's why they're exes. Alright. But that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. Good to see you. All right, angel guides, you are up to 3321. All right. So, general advice from your spirit team. All right, let's take a look here. What do they have for you this eve? They do want this one and this one. You've got the Two of Wands and the Queen of Swords. Some good energy. The Queen of Swords is this balancing energy between the head and the heart. The Two of Wands is also this energy of the, like, one of the wands is the head and one is the heart energy. And I feel like and oh, I love that it's like a, oh, that's a globe. But I saw this as a new moon and a full moon too. Like there's like this contrasting energies And I feel like that's the big message that's coming in is every moment is a choice between lower vibration and higher vibration. With energy, with the Two of Wands, it's mental, emotional, physical energy. Am I expressing things from a higher place or from a lower place? And neither's right, neither's wrong. From spirit's perspective, it's just different energies, different outcomes, different experiences. It's like being in a hot tub and then going to a cool pool. You know, if it's a 100-degree weather, sunny day out, I'm going to enjoy that cool pool. I'm not going to want to go into the hot tub. But on a cold, wintry day, I can go into the hot tub. And at some point, the hot tub might become too hot, and I want to jump into the cool pool. And then I'm like, okay, that was good. Now let me go back over here. There's changing of energies, and neither's right, neither's wrong. They're just different places on the temperature scale. And so I like that they're saying here that there is this contrast, but not to judge them, that being comfortable with either one. And I feel like it's being gentle with yourself. When you find yourself in a vibration that you don't want to be in, beating yourself up will keep you in that lower vibration. But when you give yourself grace and go, oh, yeah, that was enough of that. Now I want to choose this. I want to choose something else. Then you can, and you have this power. And so I just like this. I feel like this, and I feel like it's dropping into the knowing. You know the difference, like when I know something, but then when I know something, I feel like that's what's kind of happening here. There's this dropping in, this reminder of, yeah, I'm the one that gets to choose my energy in each moment. And whatever I focus on, whatever I'm being is what I draw to me, not what I ask for, but what I'm being. With the energy I'm putting out is what attracts the same back to me. And it's not happening to me. It's just the law of attraction, the law of how things work in this realm. So I feel like that's just what they have for you right now, angel guides. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. All right, Olivier Vagara, you are up to 3646. Zoomy, zoomy, zoomy. We got those here. And messages from your guides. All right, let's take a look here and see what they have here for you. Whoa. Literally, the card leaped out. And you got two. So you got one and then two cards. So the first one, Seven of Wands. Beautiful energy. It's like the sun. I know that's the moon, but this card always reminds me of the sun, because the sun does not ask permission to shine. She shines bright, doesn't ask permission, doesn't dim her light for anyone, going, oh, sorry, too bright. Let me dim my light for you. Like, no, put on some, um, putting on some, sunglasses or a sun hat or sunscreen, or get under a tree in the shade, or get in the house, or get in the cellar. I'm going to be me. And this is that energy of not defending, feeling like you have to defend what choices you want to make and what you want to do. This is your experience. You get to shine bright. You get to do and go where and be who you want to be. You got the seven, another seven, got the Seven of Pentacles and the King of Pentacles. And I feel like the combination of all these is you're really realizing more and more and more how, when you get this energy of, I got some fruit of some things that I had planted, but I'm like, why? I'm not feeling fulfilled. And it's like, it's one of the examples I haven't used in a long time, and you probably have heard it because you've been hanging with me for a long time. It's the apple orchard, right? Like, I planted an apple orchard, and now the apples are growing, and I'm like, well, why did I want to have an apple orchard? Oh, because everyone else was telling me they wanted applesauce and apple juice and apple pie and apple fritters and apple baby food and blah, 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 blah. So I was doing all of this because of what everyone else wanted. And I realized I want guacamole. I love guacamole. So I want to have an avocado orchard, not an apple orchard. Apples are okay, but it's not what I want. And it's changing the the realization of what you want to plant, the realization of what fruit you want because of what you've had there. So, I feel like that's the big thing that's coming in here, and not to be afraid to change and do something that is to your taste and your flavor, not trying to do what other people have wanted from you, and that you're doing it because of caring for others and caring about what people think. There's a big release of this energy, I feel. So that's what they have for you, Livier. Hopefully that resonates. Many blessings to you. You've never tried guacamole? Oh, it's delicioso. So you can always try some. Let us know what you think. Got smoker's cough, scratchy throat, and phlegm. Only been doing it like 3 years now. Yeah, maybe try guacamole instead of cigarettes or smoking. You're so funny. Hey, Shocker Neverita. You got the popo? They got the cops. What's happening? Are the police after us? Good to see you. You're very welcome, Livier. All right, we'll jump back in here. So, okay, let me just get some more of these ready here. Actually, we've only got like 5 or so left here, 5 or 6. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I have 6 left here so far. Yeah, right. I was about to say, if you quit smoking, you might want to have guacamole and yum, yum, yum. All right. Too funny. All right, Cat Mia, you are up 24110. So Cat Mia, meow meow, there you go. You wanna know uh why was I disconnect to that energy? All right, let's take a look here and see what spirit has here for you. Why were you disconnected from that energy? Well, I got the Knight of Wands. So here's movement of energy, a lot of energy. You got the Six of Wands and the Two of Swords. So you were balanced with this energy with the Six of Wands, but the Two of Swords comes in here, and I kind of felt like you were going to get a Swords card because the Two of Swords is about conflict, right? Conflicting energies. And so higher vibration energy, when we're in a place of unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and gratitude, we're like, wow, what a beautiful energy. And we're connected to it. It's flowing in. Eventually, our little analyzer here, this little meatloaf between the two ears, right? It starts to want to um, describe it, quantify it, analyze it, and we get into our head. And then that takes us into lower vibration, trying to define, constrict, and explain something. It and it goes offline, and then we because we're going into lower vibration, we disconnect to the higher vibration, and that's okay. That's what happens. We just learn more and more to you know, when the mind is going, "Hey," we make our mind raise its hand, right? Before you begin analyzing and everything, ask first, please. I love that you do that. You've kept us alive. You've helped us so much, brain. I love you. You are part of me, but I need you to raise your hand and ask before you start analyzing, because when it goes, "Hey, can I start analyzing?" Not yet. Let's wait a little while longer, a little while longer. and and it's like, "Oh, okay." And then you can experience it longer, and then the mind goes, "Can I capture all the details now?" Yeah, go ahead. Then we can contemplate and evaluate and compare and contrast. That's what our mind likes to do. So it takes us into that. It's like when you see a beautiful sunset and then we ruin it. Not we don't ruin it, but we ruin it by trying to describe it instead of just experiencing it, right? And I feel like that's what they want you to know, Cat Meow. So hopefully that helps. Meow meow. Right? You can quote me, that's funny. "A widow while wonga." It's like Emma Fudd. Alright. So many blessings, cat meow meow meow, good to see you. Alrighty, we got Dollface Diva 24427. See, like a general read. Let's see what spirit has here for you. You're so funny. All right, Dollface Diva general. Let's see what we got here. All right. Yeah, so you do have here, you've got the Justice card and the Three of Wands energy that's coming in here. So the Justice card is an energy of evaluating something, seeing something from a higher perspective, a different perspective. And in doing that, you achieve new knowledge, new information, new clarity, which allows you with this Three of Wands, you actually, you know, go to a different direction than you had planned on going before. So I like this change, because I feel like you've been on this path and you've been going in this direction, and um, and you're reaching this point where I wanna say it's a combination of stagnation in whatever this is, whether it's a relationship or, something, going in a direction, um, like a business or career. It could be any of those. But it's like there's this stagnation and that you feel like in the stagnation, something is sinking, because it's like something you have to keep going or you start slipping, and it feels like it hasn't been doing it, and it just feels like it's becoming less and less and less. And this clarity allows you to see what you're truly wanting out of this situation and what you're not. And then you're like, "Well, I'm not gonna keep going in this direction then with this. I wanna take it in this direction." And you do, you're able to move it, and it's the clarity that you've been needing and longing and looking for, because it's like, "I need an answer, I need to understand it," and here it comes. And you can ask spirit if you have a decision to make, or and you can consider that it's, you're on this, in a fork in the road and I need to go a different direction, you know, creator, spiritual posse of mine, show me, bring me information that makes it a no brainer. And they will, they'll bring you information like that. So that's what they have for you, Dolphy Stephen. Many blessings to you. Good to see you. All right, we got Blueberry in the house here. Blueberry 24713 is your timestamp. Here you go. So cheers, cheers. Let me take a quick sip here. um, yeah, spaghetti. You're up next, actually. Something about Will's energy. All right, so Blueberry, you graduated last year, but now you feel lost. Too much time on your hands. What path should you take, next job or further studies? Right? You know, you realize that when you're like, I did school like many, many years ago. I went for a few years. Um, but I also at one point in my life, had a full-time job, of 2 part-time jobs, and when I got down to where I paid off everything I needed to do and get down to just 1 job, I'm like, "Where's all the time?" Because it's amazing when you have very little time, how much you can accomplish because 'cause you're very focused, and when you have all this extra time, you do less, and you're like, "How did that happen?" But that's funny. Uh, they just brought that back to me, so you might resonate with that. But let's take a look here, and there are no shoulds from spirit. There's just different choices with different experiences, different outcomes. So what we'll do is we'll look at the energy like we're doing here. The energy around if taking the next job or going further studies. What energy is around each? It's like asking spirit, what flavor of ice cream should I eat? They're like, what flavor are you in the mood for? We can do this, here, try this taste or try this taste. Which flavor would you like it? If you ever go to an ice cream shop, sometimes they'll give you a little wooden spoon and give you a taste, and you're like, oh, that's the one I want. So we'll see what energy is here. And then you can decide for yourself because you are the master of your fate, right? Let's take a look here. So if you take the next job, it's that one. And if you do further studies, it's that energy. So next job energy, Four of Cups, stagnancy, boredom, um, just not feeling very excited. It's just like, meh. I just feel like I'm existing. I don't feel like I'm living with that energy. Further studies, you got the Four of Wands, another four energy, but this is joy, celebration, joyful gatherings. Are you gonna go to a party school? But yeah, I mean, here's Hogwarts. Maybe you're gonna become a witch. No, I'm just kidding. But they got this feels like further studies is where your heart is at and your joy is at with this. The Four of Cups, it's kind of stagnant. It's kind of, there. Um, so it feels like you're ready to expand something. But I do feel here, if you go back for further studies, rather than doing something that feels like, well, this is what I should do, this makes money, this is good money, this is stability, blah, blah, blah. That's what the mind wants. But when we follow the mind, we feel like we're existing. We feel like we're just like wandering, right? But when we follow our heart and our passion where it's drawing us, then we feel like we're living. And I feel like that's the difference. So if you go back for further studies, what is it that you would love to do, not what you feel other people would want you to do, is an important piece of that. All right. So that's what they have for you, Blueberry. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. Yeah, that's a good Halloween muffin, right? You're so funny. All right, plate of SpaghettiOs. You are up. 251.16 is your timestamp here. And you wanna know what are Will's energy towards you after your vulnerable conversation earlier? All right, let's shuffle up here. See what we've got here. So, Will's energy towards you after that vulnerable conversation. Yeah, we have the Eight of Wands, which is a fast-moving communication energy, and then to the Nine of Wands, right? So there is a little bit of, I mean, there's definitely flowing energy here, but that Nine of Wands, it just kind of creates like a little kind of a shield, if it makes sense, right? Where I feel like they were flowing with communication, and then I feel like what you'll experience is like a little wall for a little bit because it's when we're vulnerable, right? Um, until we reach a certain place of inner love and inner confidence, when we share some vulnerable things, our little inner child is like, "Whoa, this is danger, stranger danger," right? Yeah. So I feel like he's gonna put up his wall for a little bit till he feels safe again, then he'll let the walls back down, a little bit there. But I don't feel like this is like at you and towards you. I just feel like this is how the safety, right? It's like my heart feels exposed. Weep, 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 pulls the fire alarm. The walls go up, for a little bit, right? Oh, I like that. But so I do feel like, the energy was very flowing, but I just when you feel the block and you feel like they're not as open and they might be a little more guarded, that's just part of the process, and that they'll eventually that comfort level will return and they'll feel safer. It's like a little rabbit gets scared, it scampers off into the bushes, and then it eventually comes back out once it's not scared anymore. So it'll do that, but, so hopefully that helps, right? You're so funny. So that's what they have for you, spaghetti. Many blessings to you. All right. So, I do have here, 2 more free readings that I'm gonna finish up real quick, and then we got Debbie O, Texas. Hello, hello, Debbie O, and JoJo, additional donation, and then I'll, jump to those. I just, gonna finish up these last 2 free readings, and then we will jump into those. So, 25424 is for Neon Bright Lights. You are up here. So thanks for being a new subscriber. So glad to have you here among the Zen friends. There's always room for more. So welcome, welcome. You want to ask if Yuchi will naturally talk or move towards you, or will you have to do the work to connect with him? Grace, hey Grace. All right, let's take a look here. Based on their current energies, are they going to naturally move, or do you have to use a cattle prod and torches to burn their butt? Let's see. Yeah, I feel like that, yeah, you're gonna you're gonna need to be the one to do it here, because the 9 of Wands, will they naturally talk or move towards you? Here's this little blockade, they're behind here. I ain't moving beyond this point. I can't, I don't feel safe, I have to stay behind this fence. So they're behind this shield, they won't move forward. And when I saw this card about, will you have to do the work to connect with them? You got the Emperor, which is the person that needs to take charge. It's Aries energy. It's the one that needs to move forward, the one that needs to decide, what do I want? Put a plan, put action, and have movement. So it's very clear between here. They're like, I'm not moving forward. And you're like, all right, I will move towards you to connect with you. But with the Emperor too, it's make sure this is what you want and not what you feel you're supposed to want. Because one of the things that comes in with the Emperor too is you can imagine a Emperor hall full of a lot of people, right? The people of the kingdom, all blah, 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 to the Emperor, telling him then the supposed to's and the shoulds, all these self-appointed advisors telling the Emperor how they're supposed to rule the empire. And then the Emperor goes, wait a minute, I'm the emp in empire. I'm the Emperor. Um, Thank you, everybody. I need time to think. Clear the throne room, leave all your opinions and all your information and whatever in that box on your way out the door. Then in the silence, the Emperor sits, gets out of their head and into their heart and goes, what is it that I truly want? Then they make a plan. Then they put action to the plan. So that's the message that comes in there for you, Grace. Hopefully that helps. Very clear. So many blessings to you. Good to have you here. All right. And then Minu Uplifts is here. Minu. So 25717. Very good. And you want a spirit message for you. All right. Great. Thank you, Grace. Minu. What messages from spirit here for you? All right. Looks like you got 3 cards. Your first one is the King of Cups. Interesting. With the 7 of Pentacles and the 8 of Swords. So the King of Cups is this balance between head and heart energy. It is about kind of like what would represent, it's like one of the poster child cards of a very compatible individual, either romantically or whatever we're looking for. But this has to do be with a person that's a very compatible individual. And there is this slowness here, the 7 of Pentacles, the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. And whenever we get a slow card having to do with relationship kind of energy, there's a reason why it goes slow, and you have the 8 of Swords. And the 8 of Swords here is about letting go of some thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, a lot of mental energy that these beliefs around relationship, around who this perfect person or compatible person, not perfect, but compatible person that fits like a glove, what that means, these beliefs, oh, it should be this, it should be that, this is how they have to be, and blah, blah, all these rules, right? All those swords are all the expectations around it all, and it is this clarity, it is this cutting away of these beliefs so you're getting a clearer picture of what your heart really wants, not what your mind has been told you're supposed to want. So you're in this period here really letting go of a lot of that. Oh yeah, I was told this is who they need to be. People really strongly telling you and you're like, but that's not what I want. And it's like, well, tough, you're just going to have to deal with it. It's like, do I? you know, maybe we're in a society, maybe we're in a culture where we feel we have to do whatever they want, but technically we don't. We could always run away. But hopefully that helps me. That's what they have for you right now. So that helps you understand like maybe the slowness of why some things are, taking their good old time to unfold. But that's what they got. So good to see. All righty. So thank you guys so much for your patience and getting to your readings. And thank you, Debbie O and Jojo. Just wanted to finish out those last couple there. And now we'll finish up the donations here. So Debbie O, we got 2 for you. And then Jojo will circle back around for number 3. All right. So good to see you, Debbie O. How are you? My Tech Zen friend. So you got 3 hours and 30 seconds is yours. So look at that. 30030, all those threes. So thank you for that. We'll give that a love and a like there. And you'd like doing an energy check. So let's take a look here and see. What does Spirit want you to know about your energies? Checking the energetic oil. All right. And then these 2. All right. So what do we got going on here? We got the 6 of Pentacles on the bottom here. It's a little bit of balancing energy coming in. I like this because even underneath that, you got the 3 of Pentacles, which is about being true to your authentic self. A little bit of, and you got the 7 of Pentacles and the 9 of Pentacles under that, and the Ace of Pentacles. Evidently, you're doing a little bit of work on your self-worth, right? Because all of this, the 7 of Pentacles is like the slowness of it that, the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, but it's giving you the space with that 9 of Pentacles, which is like the hermity type of energy that's, coming in. And, um, and like the Ace of Pentacles is, that energy of finding my worth independent of the outside world, which is also the nine of Pentacles, is that independence energy. But the 3 of Pentacles and 6 of Pentacles, 6 of Pentacles is that codependency awareness, right? That overgiving energy that we had, going on before. But I like that 3 of Pentacles because you're like, when you're looking at the 6 of Pentacles scales of a relationship, you're like, I'm focusing on my side of the scale, my 3 Pentacles, how I can be true to my authentic self, free of all the supposed to be's and should be's, and who am I? And really sinking into that. So I love that being the bottom of the deck. Then you have the 8 of Pentacles. So you've definitely been doing transformative work. You think, what did you just say? A healing workshop, right? Yeah. So you've been doing this transformation work, putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, and the wheels are turning. You are getting the fruit. You're seeing the fruit come in more and more and more and more with all this. I can't believe there's another Pentacles. Nope. You got the 6 of Cups. Yeah, the 6 of Cups energy here. You've been dealing with a lot of past emotions coming up with all of this. And I don't this of course we're in Mercury retrograde too, so I don't know, this can be the actual people coming across our path, or we're coming across memories or things that are igniting emotions from the past coming in here too. But I feel like this is part of the process, the energy that's going on, and obviously you're taking the initiative to transform yourself, which is beautiful, and I like this. Let's see what these 2 cards are that came out. Yeah. You're walking away from old relationships, old emotions that don't serve you anymore, moving towards joy, moving towards the marriage energy here, and this is this, um, confirmation I feel for you that especially with the 8 of Pentacles, the 8 of Cups, it's the movement. Leaving these things behind is what's gonna allow you to move towards that because until we let go of old emotions that don't serve us anymore and old relationships that don't serve us anymore, our emotional bank, doesn't have enough in it where our heart is approving a relationship coming in. It needs to make sure it has the money, the emotional money in the emotional bank before it'll approve any emotional purchases. There's no emotional credit card. It's all cash, baby. So, this is what you're doing. You're creating the steps, you're doing the steps to fill up your emotional bank to bring that in. I love that. Yeah, because, yeah, here you got your Cancer moon energy and the 10 of cups. So here's that relationship, emotional overflow energy that's coming in. And so when you're yeah, especially with, it's like almost like you're because of your Cancer moon energy, when you do have emotional energy go in, it's like a 401k where the company matches it. It's like the moon energy matches it and amplifies it for you. But also it also amplified the lower vibrational energy. It's like, "Oh, well, I don't know. I automatically just double it for you." And you're like, "Oh, well, I'm gonna start focusing on higher vibration because 'cause you'll double that." This lower vibration, I'm not wanting that doubled anymore. I'm ready to transform that, right? And that's what you're doing. But I love that. And then it's leading you here. Yeah, oh my gosh. This is totally talking about what you're doing because you've got the King of Wands, which is you stepping up, you initiating where you're investing your energy and what you're doing because you got the Death card and the Tower card. You're the one that's doing this, though. I like it that the King of Wands is there. This isn't being done, outside of outside of your well, everything's according to our will, but it's you that is initiating it all. It's not being done for you. You are the one that's igniting, removing things out of your life that don't serve you anymore, ending things that don't serve you anymore. And so you're doing the steps. You're taking over your kingdom, you're regaining your kingdom. And I like that. I like that energy. I don't know if you watch Lord of the Ring. Yeah, Lord of the Rings. They're showing me in my head, so I'm gonna assume that or I'm gonna describe it, or you get to watch it. But there's one where, a king is kind of and you haven't seen it. So there's this one where this king, he's kind of has a spell on him, and someone's having him make decisions. His eyes are kind of even clouded over, and you can tell something's wrong with him. And he's making all these decisions that are so against, it, and but, um, when, there's something that happens I won't spoil it just in case, but there's something that happens that releases him from it, and then he takes back over his throne, and he starts making decisions that are for, them and their kingdom instead of, for the bad person in the movie, right? And that's what I feel like is coming in for you here is like this is what you're doing. I'm overthrowing this, breaking this spell and taking back my power kind of energy. So for your first donation, you do get you're not gonna watch it. That's all right. That's all you needed to know about it anyway. So for this one, you get the Oracle of the Rift Walker. The other one will you have a smaller one. This is these are kind of lengthy cards, but you got 37, the Serpent's Rattler, which says the warning comes before the strike. The body knows what the mind fears to admit. So let's see what this brings in here for you. So the invocation of this card says, I hear the tremor in the silence, the shake before the fall. I will listen and turn before the bite. It's almost like I'm taking action. I sense the tower. I'm taking the action before the tower strikes or before the rattler strikes, right? So when this card appears, something within or around you is sounding a warning. Perhaps it's a subtle, a tightening in the gut, a strange silence in a conversation, the way your hands shake when a certain name is spoken. Or perhaps it's deafening, a pattern repeating again, louder this time. The serpent's rattler is not the strike, it is the signal, the tick. Did you ever see Outrageous Fortune with Bette Midler and Lily Tomlin when she wore the little rattler around her wrist and she That's what they just showed me. It says, "Ignore it and you may suffer needlessly, but heed it and you might step out of an old loop before it draws blood again." I like it. The shadow of this card, if any of this resonates, ignoring your gut feelings and warnings, confusing fear or paranoia with intuition, addiction to chaos or repeated risky behavior, staying stuck in harmful cycles despite red flags. If any of that resonates, I don't feel like they do, but if they do, they do for you. Reflection, you have four reflection questions. What am I pretending not to see? Where has my intuition been warning me? How can I listen to my body before the strike? And what patterns am I being called to break before harm happens? Yeah, I like this. This is great reflection energy. So I feel like you're heeding the rattling sound. Right, so that is what they have for your first one, Debbie O. I love it. And then for number 2, you're at 3/11/17. So let's take a look here. Here is your time stamp here. And let's give you your second one, a love and a like here. So what's coming towards you in March and love, right? Cheers, cheers. Let me take a quick sip. This is almost all gone. Let me turn that off. All right. So let's take a look here. What is coming for you towards you in March? All right. Thank you. What else? Oh my gosh. Okay. And what about love, baby? Let's take a look here. March does feel like this wonderful new adventure with the full card, right? It's letting go of expectations. It's the looking and seeing the world as full of possibilities. It is the first card in the major arcana, of course, that follows the last card in the major arcana. That's how it works, right? Of that beautiful ending of a cycle and the beginning of a new adventure, like you had, like we were talking about. So you're definitely breaking cycles here. This is part of your big unfolding here in March, with that being on the bottom. Overall, for what also the reason I kind of like, oh, because you got the Tower card coming out again here. So you are removing some things out of your life. And these 3 cards came out together, which the 3 of Swords, you're removing expectations. You're also removing the stories of heartbreak, because you are with the Judgment card, you're singing a different tune or playing a different tune. You're seeing things from a higher perspective, and you're really clearing things away. So you're seeing that your heart wasn't broken, but that you experienced a lot of fear around because of other people's actions or non-actions and their words and their silence. you experience a lot of fear and you're realizing, "Oh, my heart didn't break. It just freaked out." And then, like we do when it's experiencing, um, things and it's been told scary stories growing up that when that happens, it's a boogeyman. They're like, "Oh my god." Our heart freaks out, and then it's like calming down and doing all this as well. So, I like that. What else for March here before we talk about love? Yeah. Then we do have the world card like we talked about. So breaking of cycles, I love this. It's huge here for you. Reiterating that, this is where you're at. And the 4 of Swords, the progression from the 3 of Swords to the 4 of Swords, which is you um, resting in the higher truth, the capital T truths, which are helping you cut away the small t truths that are rooted in fear, that are rooted in that opinion, the things of the past. So, big transformation and stability that comes in with all that there. Now, about love, you got 3 and 3. So, let's see what these are about. These other 3. Yeah. this- I put all the cards in separately. So, when they come back out, they mean something. Because you got the moon card again, so this is some hidden emotion that's coming in. But this is part of this, and this makes sense with like maybe like the balancing of scales energy that we had earlier, because this is you, right? This represents your energy, your Cancer moon energy, and the 7 of Wands, which has the big old full moon back there. Being true to your authentic self, how you are not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not defending what you are wanting or who you are or anything, but standing tall and bright, right? And you have this Ace of Wands, which is this new spark, this new passion of life. I feel like these 3 cards, without seeing the other 3 cards yet, this is about it's important for you. I feel like you've got this message maybe before they're telling me, live your passion. Don't let finding love be your passion or your hobby, you know, it's if you don't have something that you love doing, find something. That's funny. If you if you need to, you know, experiment, go out and try different things, but because it is nudging you to follow your passion, follow your heart, go do something that you love to do, because it's in the doing of that that you do find love. It's not trying to find love like we're trying to fill a position in our life that I need someone and I'm taking applications and I'm interviewing, like dating, right? I'm doing background checks, checking their social media, whatever. Because we find out people lie on their resume and then we end up having to fire them. And then we have to try to find someone else to replace them. Instead, when we're living life and we're living love, our passions, we meet someone when we're out doing that and sparks happen and a relationship organically grows because of the spark that happened between the 2 of us when, we went excuse me, when we weren't even looking for it. And we're like, "Wow," and we love that same thing. That's a common, um, attraction that we have, and we like that. So this is beautiful energy that's coming in here, because 'cause then you're out being yourself, and you're not on a date trying to be the best version of who you think they want you to be and blah, 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 right? You're out having fun. The example that they give me quite often that I use is like, I would someday I'll go and do this, but it's, like pottery, right? The potter's wheel and the clay and the kiln and all that stuff. They just show like you're doing this and you're in old clothes because they're gonna get full of clay. You didn't do your makeup, very much today, and your hair is all over the place and it's got clay in it and you got clay all over and you're doing this and there some person's like, "How are you doing that way?" And you're just like, "Oh, if you do this and it does this to the outside and blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay, just make sure you put your water on it and it keeps it from falling apart. And like, oh, cool. You're like, what are you making? And you're like, well, I was thinking of doing like an African pottery, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, why? Where did you hear that from? And you guys are having this conversation while you're doing this. And then they talk about this African pottery, you know, exhibit at the museum, and they go, "Oh, my friends to hate all this stuff," and you're like, "Oh, I think that would be cool," and they're like, "Well, do you wanna go with me?" You know, "Just as friends, you know, I'm not hitting on you," and you're like, "Yeah, that'd be fun," but sparks, happen, and then, it's like, "Wow, and let's get some coffee," and then, there's this other thing, and then it just starts to grow organically, and it's different than doing the old dating crap, right? So that's what they have for those, and then the other 3, yeah, we do have here, we've got the 7 of Pentacles, so here's that other card you got, which is, the slowness of things is happening on purpose, and, so I don't feel like there's love in March, but you're you're having this time here to let go of old ways of thinking, moving to higher ways of thinking that is bringing transformation. And it is allowing you this change of energy from something that feels like a burden to something that feels like gratitude. And that makes sense. Something that feels, because when you're looking for love, burden, right? When we're living life and enjoying our life, abundance, more comes in with that too. So I feel like that's the energy that we're looking at for March right now. I don't feel like there's a relationship, but I do feel like you're getting into that nudging to get out and find at least one thing that you would love to do and go do that. Plan it. Do it with friends. Do it by yourself. But do it because you love it, not because um, that's where the that's where my man is. All right. The signature fortune cookie for this one is Debbie O. All right. This one here, which says, I am unstoppable and resilient, is your fortune cookie. I am unstoppable and resilient. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your dual donations. I appreciate that. All right. So let's see here. We have Twin. Hey, Twin V. Hello, hello. Greetings to you. Hello and bye-bye. You just several more past life readings. Oh, I saw my emails were flashing. So that must be you. Well, good to see you, little sister. She's all hello and goodbye. You're probably already gone. So I'm excited. I love doing past life readings. So we will definitely do those. Fun. And then we also had Jazz. Hey Jazz, good to see you. I'll add you onto the free list here. And we'll dive in. After we have JoJo's number 3. So JoJo, you are up. Thank you for your additional donation. And there is your timestamp. And thank you for the rainbow. So pretty. All right. And then your question is down here. A message from an animal that is currently your spirit animal or just around. Oh, absolutely. In fact, I do have, I know we used these before. I think these are the only animal ones that I have around. But we've got the animal apothecary. So we'll pull one from there and then see what other message they have here for you. If they want some tarot too. Let's see what spirit animal is hanging around or it's just assisting. All right. They want this one here. You've got dun dun dun. You got an armadillo. You're about to shine. I love that. Card number 26. Armadillos are in Texas here. They might be in some other states too, but mainly in Texas. That's where I experienced them anyway. So just as we see armadillo wearing an armor of scales, this reinforces the idea of going inward. The inward work is exactly what allows us to shine outward. This inner contemplation leads to a more brilliant inner light that will eventually be witnessed and felt by all. Armadillo says that what you have to offer will be recognized. Do not get bogged down with how and when. Do not be led by outside validation. Instead, be led by the greater consciousness you were created from. We connect to our inner light when we connect to the source that created us. Armadillo's medicine asks you to create a very intimate relationship with that which created you. You're being asked to level up your daily prayers and create a dialogue with capital L life. Drop all your wants and desires and create an intense conversation with the great mystery, the capital G, great capital M mystery, meaning about receiving guidance to do what you were created to do. Hey, we all have special gifts that lies dormant within us, waiting to actualize. In this moment of deep connection to the great mystery, a mysterious energy begins to activate our gift. This conversation and prayer you create needs to feel very real. Prayer does not need to look one specific way. It is intimate communion with that which you were created from. Start speaking to capital L life. If you create this intense and mystical relationship with life daily, you will begin to witness yourself unlocking all your gifts. Life speaks back to those who speak to it, but it is your job to start the conversation. You may not receive an answer right away, but it will come to you with full force in the perfect way at the right time. Armadillo's medicine says that you're about to be seen, heard, felt, witnessed, understood, and recognized. It's coming for you. You're about to shine so brightly. But now is the before time where you first must ignite your gift of light through going inward and channeling the universe. Wow. Armadillo. Bright, bright light. What a beautiful message. Uh, and I don't, let me see here. Do we want more cards here? Let's take a look here. So let's take a look here. What else does the armadillo want to tell you here? Just a couple cards here. And what's the bottom here? Yeah. We got the Queen of Pentacles, which Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, creativity, a lot like the Empress energy. You got the Queen of Swords, the balance between your head and your heart. This Queen energy. Let's see what else we got here. Got the Ace of Pentacles and the Hierophant, which there is this change, this opportunity for change that's growing, coming up here for you with this energy. And what else about these here? Yep, the Knight of Cups and the Seven of Swords. Yeah, it's about getting out of your head, not letting your supposed to be, should be's, need to be's limit you, but to follow your heart with the Knight of Cups. So standard messages from them. But I love that other message because they're saying that's you. It's following your heart. Your mind will support your heart, but don't let your mind squash your heart and keep that from being expressed. So I like that for you. And for your fortune cookie here, we'll grab one of the little wisdom within here. What else do they have here? Looks like you get two. The first one is my evolution is beautiful. So I like that energy. Things are evolving beautifully. And then see it through to completion. See your evolution through to completion. Don't give up. Keep going. Keep going. So I love that for you. Right. So many blessings, Jojo. I love it. An armadillo, as we would say in Texas when I used to live there. All right. So many blessings. All right. And then Jazz, you are up 32853. Yes, I do past life readings, Dibio. I used to have them in my little list of everything. I kind of simplified. Used to have all these different types of readings. I just, but yeah, I do past life readings. I connect to people on the other side, people who've passed, everything. It's so yeah. If you want to know more, let me know. All right, Jazz, you would like to ask, how are things going to be between you and A from now on because we get into arguments a lot these days? How fun. Let's take a look here. Based on current energies, how are things going to go between you and A? Well, I feel like you know where that's headed with the world card, that significant ending and new beginning coming in here. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, we have the Eight of Pentacles. The Eight of Pentacles is an energy of it's an energy of flow in the outside world, but it is about about a lot of things, but the one they want me to talk about with the Eight of Pentacles is we evolve, we change, and if people if we're not changing and going in the same direction, like two caterpillars, let's say, this is an analogy we normally use. So two caterpillars, one goes, like, "Hey, let's go into our cocoons. We're gonna become butterflies, and then we will go on butterfly adventures." Yeah, sounds great. So you go into your cocoon, you build it, you transforming, you're going through all the change that you are, going through to become a butterfly. You struggle and get out of the cocoon, and you evolve out of the cocoon as a butterfly, and you look, and there's this big fat caterpillar that the whole time has been eating more leaves, and you're like, I thought we were gonna become butterflies." And they're like, "Well, these leaves seemed really good. I'll eventually get around to become a butterfly." And you're like, "Well, I can't unbutterfly myself to become a caterpillar again, because once you learn things in life, right, you can't unlearn them. Your brain won't let you. It's like, "Oh, I know that's a lie. Can't be that anymore." And a butterfly no longer wants to eat leaves. It seeks nectar, and it wants to go to blossoms, and it doesn't wanna walk. It flies now. So we become different where our energy doesn't match up, and there is arguments, there is friction that happens, and sometimes we change to where our energy isn't aligned anymore, and they can't go where we are going, and so we do need to leave them behind, right? So if you realize, yeah, we've changed and we don't want the same things anymore, um, it's, someone has to be the adult. Someone has to be the butterfly and go, "I gotta go do butterfly things." You can find another caterpillar. I need to be with a butterfly. We both want, different things. So um that is what we have there for you, Jazz. So it feels like that's where it's headed. Um unless they magically go into a cocoon to become a butterfly where you guys align, it really arguments will continue to happen because you want different things in life now. So hopefully that helps. Hang in there, my dear. Many blessings to you. Hey, Moonlight. I see you made a donation. Hello. Are you there? Hello? Hello? Is this thing on? Good to see you. We'll put you on the list here. Actually, I am all cut up. You'll be up next as soon as you put your question out there. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Take a sip here. All right. Good evening. All right. So Moonlight, you're at 33333. Look at that. Boom, boom, boom. So thank you for your donation, of course. You are wondering what's up about this song that you're being sent every other day. Hello, hello. The person behind it, why not a phone call? I don't hear what is not said, and I don't pity anyone. So what's up? Oh, is there so the song talks about pitying someone. So what's about this song? So they're sending it to you every other day. And you're wondering why they're sending it. All right, let's take a look here and see what's going on here. Do you know who it's from? If not, we can see what we'll find here too. All right. See what we got here. Bottom of the deck, we do have the 10 of swords, which of course is, you know, the all these expectations. Yeah. So it feels like someone this energy, it's almost like are they this is like their attempt at like a voodoo doll. They trying to weaken you by poking you all of this with, every other day with this. Night night, Debbie. Good to see you, my friend. Um, so um, there is this, I feel like I I am disappointed. And so this is kind of like my passive aggressive way. Yeah, they're putting the ass in passive aggressive. That's funny. Um, so I feel like they're doing it to, it's their way of um, communicating without communicating, right? It's their way of um, being able to kind of poke at you without you being able to respond back to them. Unless you send a song back, you're like, "Oh, this is gonna be fun." Anyway, let's see what else is behind here as well. Yeah. I feel here, I mean, this Queen of Wands is you stepping into your power, and the Page of Cups, is you finding your self-love and focusing on you. And I feel like, this is a retaliation in a way for you not choosing them or you not living up to their expectations and doing what I think you should do, energy. But I feel like this is a bit of I feel rejected for not being chosen, and you chose yourself instead of choosing me, and I'm mad. This is what it feels. Yeah, Knight of Wands is this fiery energy. Could even be from this um, Virgo full moon, activated emotions, right? And so, there is this, it'd be interesting. It probably happened around this lunar eclipse energy, which was what, Tuesday? Is that when it started, or fairly a little bit before that? But it just feels like there is this, energy of that coming in here, like it's sparked, and it's my retaliation kind of energy. Yeah, it makes sense. Right next to it, feeling abandoned, feeling left behind, feeling left out in the cold. So because of my insecurities and not being chosen, this is my way to um, poke, right? Underneath the surface, yeah, the temperance. And this is this energy of slowly trying to wear you down, right? Yeah. Yeah, right? Oh, no. But there is this trying to wear you down energy, the King of Cups, energy that's here underneath the surface too, is this trying to wear you down so that you can see that I am such a compatible person for you, you know? I'm the one you're looking for. This I'm trying to wear you down. And it's like, you're not doing it in a smart way, because it's like, well, I can't charm you into choosing me. This is all I know. I just know how to pick, and try to, um, dismantle, like it'd be like self-esteem, I'm trying to dismantle someone, their self-esteem so that, um, they'll choose me. Or basically trying to break through your boundaries and your barriers, trying to get you to return back to the person that you were before that could be manipulated through sad Z feelings or through activating things. And it's amazing, right? Because we don't as we evolve, we don't realize how much we were molded and manipulated by people in our past because they would get upset or act sad or reject us and be like, "No, no, no, don't do that. I'll do what you want." "Alright, fine, I'll take you back." And it's like, "Uh-uh. I am awake now. My eyes are fully wide open, so that crap don't work no more," right? Your fortune cookie. Oh, look, you got the marriage of waters. I like that. Yeah, right? Too busy listening to my own music. You're like, pff." So card 32, it says, "Where two rivers meet and become one, the sacred convergent, the soul's choice." I like this. It's almost like an encouragement. There is someone that matches your energy, that love. Look at creating a little heart with their necks. So it says, this is the invocation. It says, "Beneath the still waters, twin reflections shimmer. What was once separate now flows together." Not with this person, of course. This is saying you have someone that does match your energy. The marriage of waters is not only a place, it is a moment, a convergence, a choice to meet another soul in full presence and vulnerability. This card symbolizes sacred union, romantic, spiritual, or within the self. It honors the fusion of duality, light and shadow, you and the other, spirit and body, and the transformation that occurs when two currents entwine. The marriage of waters may also reflect a soul contract, one chosen beyond time, a knowing, an echo, a resonance that draws you to a person or a path. Love here is more than desire, it is alignment, devotion, and courage. So, of course, this is that energy of, you know, seeing that there is someone that matches your energy. This is not telling you that they are your match. The shadow of this energy, disharmony or misalignment in partnerships, fear of true intimacy, confusing possession with connection. I feel like this is how they're seeing things, and you're getting the clarity, right? Choosing comfort over truth, avoiding the mirror another offers, right? Right. Your reflection questions. You have four of them. What is seeking union in my life, within me or outside of me? Two, where am I resisting vulnerability? Three, how do I recognize sacred partnership in others and in myself? And fourth, what does love look like when it flows from truth? I feel like these are all reflective energy for you. I don't feel like they're talking about someone coming in yet. I feel like they're talking about, like, the experience you're having right now, since this is the card for this experience, it's showing you the reflection, the opposites. So it's like, yeah, what is this experience showing me? It's showing me, 1, how much you've grown, what the relationship looks like that you don't want, and it shows you more of what you do want. And so it's this beautiful reflection in there. So I like that. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. Many blessings to you. Hey, Maria. Got Maria P in the house. Here, let me get your free question added on to the list here. We got Val in the house. Hey, Val. Good to see you. Thank you. You're actually up next. Boom, boom. We are in the zone. I am keeping up. So you will be up next. And then I do believe, yes, Maria, I got your donation that came through as well. So you'll be up after Val for your donation. And then we'll get to your free reading here too. So I like it. Everything you had to learn about yourself and more, right? Isn't it wonderful? Your beautiful mirror showing you how far you've come. And now you're going to crack the mirror. No, I'm just kidding. All right. So thank you again, my dear. Good to see you. All right. So we got Val, you're up 3:45:19. Sorry, that was loud. Got a little excited. So, Val, here is your timestamp. Thank you for your donation. We'll give that a love and a like here. And you wanted a general reading. So let's take a look here and see, what does Spirit want you to know right now? Okay, we got these two. There was another one here. What else? You're welcome, my friend. Right. And these are beneath the surface. And this one is over here, ending those two. All right, let's see what we got here. Yeah, it does appear you've got some real clarity coming in with the Six of Swords, which does tell me that you're seeing some things from a different perspective and letting go of some old ways of thinking, which is allowing this movement. So, some change of mindsets, some clarity is making its way to your outside world that's bringing in some change. We'll see what those are here. Your first two cards, yeah, definitely. You've got the Fool card, which is, a new beginning, a new adventure. The Four of Pentacles has to do with, I feel like in this case, a different location. And I feel like you might be getting some ideas about, um, I don't feel like it's about moving house. So it must be about work or your dream. It's about location, about where you're doing some things, where you're putting on events, maybe. You're like looking at some alternate locations. And this is very supported here, but this is like kind of this validation. If you're thinking about this, they're like, this is a good idea for you as far as abundance. It does, work out for you there. So I do like this energy for that. I feel like that's one of the things that's changing. What's another here? You got the Five of Cups and the Ten of Wands. I do feel here you're also seeing some clarity and changing some stories around some interactions is what I hear, but specifically one interaction that I feel like it's been weighing like heavily on your heart a little bit. And it feels here because I feel like it's someone who made a big deal about something and not being pleased and blah, 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 and made such a big deal out of it. it almost feels like it made your heart hurt, like, "Ugh, my soul hurts. Why are they being so, like," and it brought, like, this burden energy on, but I feel like you're transforming that. I feel like you're working through it and you're applying a different story to it, going, "You know what? That wasn't about me. This was about them, what they were going through," and I feel like you might even get some more information finding out, oh, on that day, they found out, like, their mom's dying of cancer or something. I mean, it's like, wow, that's why they were acting so, like, out of abnormally, like, really emotionally expressive, and they kinda took it out on you in a way, and you're just like, "Oh, this wasn't about me, this is about them," and it changes the energy, and I feel like there's this release, and it makes you realize, "Oh, people act certain ways for a reason, it's not always about us." In fact, it's usually not about us. Everyone's expression's usually about what's going on inside here or here in them, right? Below the surface on that one, yeah, a new opportunity opens up. So I like that because you change your story around someone's actions, it does bring an opportunity for you, but it also allows you to see your worth in a different way to where you're realizing I don't need to take everyone's actions personally. And usually you don't hugely, but I feel like this just really like bothered you, and there's this clarity coming in. So I love all this transformative energy that's coming with your power of seeing things differently and not letting stories in our head keep us limited of, like I should only go do this one place. No, I can do it at multiple places. Oh, this means this about me. No, it doesn't. Let's see what else here. You got a couple more. Yeah, the King of Swords. So this is the master storyteller. King of Swords rules over the mind, but also all kings get a second portion, which makes him the master of the mind, the master of the storyteller. Because our brain's the one that creates the story. Whatever happens out here just gets in here, we create a story around it. This is about stepping into this power of you get to change the story, you get to determine the story. We're told a lot of stories growing up about what things are supposed to mean, but this is you rearranging those stories, creating new stories, and I like that. And yeah, this is great. Below the surface, yeah, you have the Seven of Swords, realizing your old stories that would cheat you out of opportunities and steal opportunities from you. You're not allowing it anymore. You're with the strength card, you're connecting to your inner strength and your inner power, seeing who you really are, and you're not allowing this. You're stepping up and going, I'm not a fox, I'm a wolf. I'm gonna howl at the moon like these cards. Um, I like this change. I'm changing the story. I'm not gonna shield myself anymore with this umbrella. You're underneath the full moon. I'm not gonna shield myself anymore. I'm gonna stand out underneath it. I like this too. There's a message that you're not alone. There's other people howling at the moon with you. And so you will have support. I like this energy. It's leading you to here. Yeah, we got the Empress. Abundance, creativeness, being true to yourself, following your heart, allowing yourself to be creative. When our mind is limiting us, we can't be creative, but we're able to, see things from this bigger perspective. We're able to create things, and it does bring abundance for you. Underneath the surface of those, yeah, I like it. The devil card is letting go of those long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. And this does have to do with work, this Saturn energy that with Capricorn that rules over the 10th house of work. And you got the Four of Wands, this joy of your work, finding joy in your work, and creating work around celebrations. There's something about being really creative because that's underneath the Empress. Part of this creativity that they're kind of pointing you to is an idea of holidays, different celebration holidays, creating themes around that for your schooling or events and different things that there can be some special fun things that gets your name out there, um, because of some sort of maybe skating party you throw around an event, and then you have a booth there or, you know, you're highlighted there, um, you're sponsoring it or you're a part of it. It's that kind of energy that's coming in. They're just saying this joy first, find joy in your work and your work will be joyful. And then also around parties and celebration around work, um, as part of that, getting yourself noticed more even. So I like that for you. Excuse me. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. Let me just put these cards back in. We'll see what we got going on. All right, there we go. And for your Oracle of the Rift Walker, let's see what we got here. Getting low in the cards here. We might finish these up. All right, this is your one here. And you have quicksand. I like it. Number 27. And it says, the more you struggle, the deeper you sink. Beware the effort that ensnares. I like that. The trying, the trying, the trying, instead of the gratitude, the gratitude, the gratitude, right? Let's see what we got here. Maybe. There we go. So the invocation for this one says, what pulls me under is not always the weight, but the frantic need to rise. In stillness, I find the edge. In surrender, a way out. Quicksand appears, this card, when a situation is worsening through resistance, over effort, or panic. You may be trapped in something that feels like it demands more and more from you, emotionally, spiritually, and energetically. Yet the harder you fight, the deeper you seem to sink. So this card warns against cycles of self-sabotage, codependence, or burnout, especially those disguised as noble effort. It invites you to stop struggling and instead pause, reassess, and surrender to clarity. That's that Six of Swords that we had, clarity, right? Sometimes the only way out is stillness. The shadow energy, in shadow, quicksand may reflect repeatedly pouring energy into something unsustainable, being stuck in toxic cycles, but believing you can fix it with more effort. Internalized beliefs that your worth is tied to struggle or sacrifice. There is wisdom in release. Not all traps are escaped by force. Wow. And then 3 reflection questions. What am I fighting that I could instead walk away from? Where am I losing energy trying to fix what resists healing? And what would stillness offer me that effort cannot? Some great questions. That's what they have for you, Val. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right, and then Moonlight, I'll get you a free question on to the free reading list here. Let me see here. I just had another one come in here. All right, so another one from Maria. Thank you, Maria. So I'll get you twice onto the list here. You actually, the both of those will be up next. All right. I don't think I missed anyone. Let me just make sure. No, okay. All right. So Maria P, you're up 35812 for your first one. So here is your timestamp. Let me get into that one here. sure I'm in the right one. All right. So let me take a sip here. And we'll dive in. Okay. And let me grab a little thing, lozenge here. My voice is getting a little scratchy. All right. There we go. So, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. When you send him pics of your day, what does he think? What is he up to today? The dark side is this one. And this one is anyone flirting with him? Is he flirting with anyone? Does he like that you get jealous? And when is he taking action? Let's see here. We'll pull from these cards based on current energies. All right. So, what are his thoughts and feelings towards you today? Oh, Page of Wands. Yep, he definitely is physically and energetically attracted to you. That's a big piece of it on his mind today. Is that draw to you right now. So I like that, um, he's very attracted to you, just with that Page of Wands. That's like an 11 on a scale of 1 to 10. And that's kind of what his focus is towards you today. When you send him pics of your day today, the 9 of Wands here. It's an interesting energy with this. What is this coming in? Because 9 of Wands is, oh, yeah. I mean, today, normally he doesn't feel this way, but today he feels like he's on the other side of the fence. And you're like, well, you don't have to be, but that's how he was feeling today. He just saw pictures of his day and he was like, oh, I wish I was over there, kind of energy. It's not negative energy. It's just, oh, I wish I could be there with you, but I'm over here on this side of the fence right now. That's funny. What is he up to today? Yep, Tower. There seems to be some stuff going on with him here. There's the Tower card is things being removed, out of their life. And I just feel like they feel like something's being burnt down in their life. Um, it feels like work-wise, the energy that I'm feeling here. So I feel like they had a bit of a blow up today at work. I don't feel like they've talked to you about it yet. Because they just tired of talking about it. Because I feel like it was something significant being a major arcana card, but I just feel like they're kind of more in recovery of focused in on that because I do feel like it has to do with work and I feel like they're doing some research for something that they have to do. Either they had to fire someone or someone left, and now there's this gap, and now they're rushing to try to get something replaced, kind of energy, or someone replaced. Um, so something unexpected happened that left a gap that they have to fill at work now. Okay, dark side updates here. We got the 7 of Wands. Yeah, they're getting more brave here with the 7 of Wands. This is about, being true to one's authentic self, not dimming their light, not backing down, but just, they're getting this courage energy to move forward on it. I just feel like they're really just standing their ground there. Is anyone flirting with them? And is anyone flirting with him? Is he flirting with anyone here? Nope. 9 of Pentacles. That's why they gave me one card. This is Hermit. Nope. I am to myself. Nada, nada, nada. 0, 0. And then does he like it when you get a little jealous? King of Wands. No, he doesn't with the King of Wands. Because the King of Wands is, you don't think that I can control myself. Why do you think that do you think I'm like a teenager that I can't control my passions and all that? You really think that I would do this? Because I feel like it gives them a message of you don't trust me. And so that's, not an attractive energy to have in a relationship. Mistrust, you don't trust me? So, you know, just know that. When is he taking action? Wow, funny. So you got in autumn, which is fall time, right? And we've got June 21st to September 22nd, with the Ace of Wands, which is a card of action. And that is September 20th. September, right? October, November. Yeah, September 20th is the fall equinox. So like September 20th to September 22nd, based on current energies. That's not too far off. Whoops, I put these cards back in the wrong deck. I got all excited for you. All right. So that is those. And then for this one, you'll get one of these Oracle of the Rift Walker um, oracles. And then for your other one, you'll have a smaller one. These are too big. Wow. Yeah. So we had the Tower card. Here's like the Splintering Tree, card 48, which says, truth cracks the surface. Conflict does not defeat, it reveals. Ooh. So let's take a look here. See what comes in for this one for you. So the invocation for this one says, let what was hidden split wide. May I bear the sound of what is true. The Splintering Tree card appears when a moment of truth has arrived. It may be internal, an old belief breaking apart, or external, like a relationship or circumstance suddenly giving way under its own weight. Judgment is often misunderstood as condemnation, but in this deck, it is seen as revelation. When the tree splinters, it does not do so out of malice, but because the pressure was too great. Because something inside could no longer remain unspoken, unfaced, or unhealed. This card may signal accountability, confrontation, or awakening. It marks a decisive moment. One branch leads forward with clarity, the other crumbles. You may be the one being judged. You may be the one who must choose whether to hold on or to cut cleanly. Either way, there is no returning to how it was. The shadow card, or shadow part of the card, says, refusing to acknowledge the consequences of your actions, harsh self-judgment or judgment of others, denial in the face of truth, or clinging to a broken structure out of fear. 4 reflection questions. What truth am I avoiding because I fear what it will break? 2, is this fracture destructive or necessary? 3, who or what am I silently judging and why? And 4, how can I meet this moment with integrity and not shame? I feel like this card is dealing with the jealousy and the mistrust. This is the truth that you need to face within yourself, because if you don't, it may end up destroying your relationship, because mistrust is, if you don't have trust, then even if you're living together, you'll be wondering, why you do that? Where'd you go? What's happening? You have to deal with that mistrust within you. Otherwise, kaboom. Right. So that's for your first one there. Isn't that nice? Right. And then for your second one, Maria, we got 407, 48. So here's both of your timestamps. We'll circle back around for your free reading here in a momentito as well. Oh, I'm going to get to your other donation here. There we go. All right. So you want to know, does he talk to anyone about you? Yes, his therapist. No, I was kidding. Just jokes. Okay, does anyone at his work know that you are dating? Okay. What's coming for you this week at work? Uh, what's coming for you in Wally? What's coming for you this month? Next sleepover and a message. It's a mess from Wally. A mess message. So does he talk to anyone about you? Yeah, there's 2 people with the 2 of Pentacles and the Page of Cups. He does talk about, you know, that's how happy he is. So that's good, that's what you wanna know. Does he talk about me to other people? Yeah, and it's how happy he is with you, not complaining about you. So that's good, right? I don't know who they are. They're friends, though, friends that he talks to about you, not family. There's too much drama with family. He's very at work. Does anyone at work know you're dating? Um, yeah, 10 of Pentacles, which is relationship energy, and the 7 of Pentacles, um, it feel like because that feels like over time or that it's been a while since they've known, that you've been dating too. But he like I was gonna say, I go, he really doesn't talk about relationships. He keeps work, work. So it's friends, just 2 friends that he's told. What's coming for you this week at work? Got the Queen of Wands, action, action, movement, movement. And really, the Queen of Wands, they're telling you here about, whatever you focus on with your energy is what you draw in. So, this coming week for you, it's there's a lot whenever I get that kind of message, because our energy always is drawing in whatever we're focusing on. But when we get an indication, hey, just a reminder, whatever you're focusing on is what you draw in. It means the week is very ripe and expansive with energy. That whatever you focus in comes in extra fast, extra big. So be aware where you're focusing your energy. They're just telling you that. No specifics around it. What about you and Wally next week? 10 of Wands also depends on what you it can either be a burden or it can be harvest. What are you going to focus on with the 10 of Wands? Here's that Wands energy again, which makes sense. But the week is full of this expansive energy. It can be either feel like wow, or it can feel like whoa. So be aware of what you're focusing on your energy with Wally too. What's coming for you this month? You do have transformation, little slowness. It's like cocooning, transformation energy, growth energy, reflection. You've been given this opportunity to see things from a different perspective at work. So I do feel like there is this transformative energy and a lot of clarity coming in for you too in a positive way. Feel like Spirit's really been nudging you to mend bridges, and I feel like this is all about mending your insides so you can mend your outsides with these individuals, because that's gonna be such a big important piece, for you. Your next sleepover, got the Ace of Swords, so I do feel like you will have one next week. Um, I don't know why for some reason, I mean, I know why I'm hearing Tuesday because 'cause they're telling me Tuesday, but, I'm not sure why the card would tell me that. So, Tuesday. I'm like, I don't see there's not a new moon. I don't know why Tuesday, but it's Tuesday. It feels like Tuesday right now. And a message from Wally. Ah, the Chariot. This is I am, I am choosing to move on things. I am choosing to move on things. I am choosing to move on things. I am doing action, even when you can't see it, because it's moon energy behind the scenes. I am taking actions. Um, I just don't like talking about it because, um, I feel like it's never fast enough. And so if I talk about it, then it's like, "Okay, when are you gonna do this?" It's not celebrating what steps they are taking. They feel like when you tell you if they tell you they're doing something that you'd be like, "Well, when are you gonna do that?" Instead of, "Oh, I'm so glad for that," right? So, be aware of that. And your fortune cookie, I love it. "Everything always works out for me." Even if you can't see it in the moment, it is always for you, so trust. Trust the journey, trust the adventure. Okay. Alright. I think that is it. Let me just make sure here. Alright. Yeah, I think that's all of the, donations there. So, next, uh, as we get back into the last couple of free readings, Maria P., you're up again. Well, hello. But this one is for your free one. So here is your timestamp. So a general for you in love and work for the month. So for work, and that's for work, and then for love is this one. So for love, yeah, you got the 9 of wands, which this talks about a barrier and perseverance and patience in a way too. Look at this could be you, right? When are we going to break through this barrier that I feel has been here forever? But it is perseverance. It's like trust the timing. 9 is a number of endings and beginnings. 10 is the actual stepping out the door. But trust here that things are progressing with this 9 of wands. It's like just have patience and perseverance with it. You know, don't beat your head up against the wall. How can you pass the time? Really focus on all the things you love about what's happening in the moment. You know, it's like they're showing me a little kid going to Disney World, driving across country from, like, California to Florida to Disney World, not to Disneyland, Disney World, and the long trip that's gonna take 3 days to get across with, 12-hour driving every day to get across the country to get to that Disney World. The journey that it takes to get there can feel so frustrating and feel like it's taking 3 months if I'm focused on the destination and hurry, hurry, rush, rush, blah, blah, blah. But if I'm enjoying the moment, listening to music, playing games, enjoying the now, then it goes much faster. So I feel like that's what they're telling you to do here. Work for the month, you do have the Ace of Cups. Yeah, there is this happy energy, around this, and I do feel here, you've also been getting some nudges from spirit, um, around what is it that makes my heart happy? And I feel like this month is an energy of, are you doing what you love, or would you rather be doing something else? You're doing a lot from your mind, but where does your heart want you to be? What is it that makes your heart sing and makes your heart wanna dance, you know? Where's your heart regarding work? And I feel like that's an important energy to be aware of because if where you're at is where you wanna be, then find out everything that you can do to be, to pour your heart into it. If that's not where you wanna be, then pour your heart into getting to where you wanna be. So I feel like that's an important energy for you, right? So that's what I got for you, Maria. Hope you enjoy. Many blessings. All right. And then lastly, but not leastly, Moonlight. Thank you for your donation earlier. So for your free reading, here you go. Okay, maybe not lastly. So, so the military said no because the ADHD. Well, this time, right? Because I feel like didn't didn't when we pull the reading. Sorry, I'm crunching my throat lozenge. That's so rude. um, when we got a reading before on ADHD, I feel like it was gonna take a couple times for him to get accepted into the military because it was so new that they were accepting it, that it's still quirky and still unstable, the process. So I feel like, um, trying again, he'll be successful in at least maybe 1 more time, maybe 2 times, but I feel like he can get into there. Um, 'Cause that they brought back that reading, and I feel like we did that reading right. It wasn't a dream. You never know. So, will he start school instead, based on current energies anyway? So, and feels here we got the High Priestess energy, and the Chariot card, which here's the Cancer Moon energy and the High Priestess energy of Pisces. A lot of emotional energy here. Action energy feels like he's pulling away with this High Priestess, though. She goes back into her High Priestess tower, connects to the higher realms, tries to understand what's really in their heart. And with all this moon energy, there's a lot of hidden emotion that's here. I feel like they'll take the action to do that, though their heart's not in it. Um, but it is victory movement energy towards that. Chariot rules over all four horses of movement. So I feel like they will, you know, um, start school, but that's not where their heart is at. And I feel like um, there will be some sort of process to retry to get into the military. I feel if they look into it and I'm trying to think of the word, whatever it is, it's like in the courts when they try to take it to a different place, within the military or like in the courts when they um and they don't get the answer they want at one, then they escalate it up to the higher court and the higher court makes a determination. I feel like there's something that can happen with this here because the high priest just feels like taking it to a higher place to get clarity. And in that, there's movement and action. If they do that movement and action, and you know, if there is some sort of recourse or request to have it revisited, doesn't hurt to try that. But I feel like they can get into school and it can move forward, but I feel like that's not where their heart is at. And that there is another option there because it's the power of choice too with that chariot card. So hopefully that helps, Moonlight. That's what they have for you. So many blessings. All right. And then hello, hello. Thanks for being here. You made it right before I was gonna say the refrigerator doors were closing. The elevator doors were closing. So I'm glad you made it. It's cold in here in the refrigerator. All right. So what I know, what are Pisces' current feelings, intentions, fear, actions of if any, for you? All right, absolutely. Let's take a look here. It is cold in here. What's the temperature? It's what's on 63 degrees. All right. So Pisces current feelings and intentions, future actions. All right. So what are Pisces current feelings? Well, a lot of feelings. Well, Pisces, water sign, so they do feel a lot of things. 7 of Cups, a lot of different emotions. Um, I'm sensing a little bit conflicted with their emotions because I feel like they have higher emotions for you, but they also have some fear-based emotions. And but I don't feel those are your fault. I feel like these are fears from the past of other relationships and stuff that make them hesitant to open their heart, sense hesitant to be vulnerable a little bit just because of some jerks in the past that, you know, um, took advantage of trust and so they are hesitant just because of the past. So just know some of that's there, but that's not because of you. You're just getting the uh, repercussions from those. And that's normal for humans, right? But they do have high vibration emotion for you and care and love. The heart really is trying to, uh, you know, get convince the mind. It's like their heart's on your side, trying to convince the mind to open up. Because if you look at this, you've got like three cats down here. So these are lower vibration emotions, but you've got all these other higher vibration emotions, which is good. Intentions, future actions. Six of Wands. Yeah, we got there's this victory energy, movement energy with the Six of Wands. It's a flow of energy. So I do feel like they'll take action here. Um, something about being seen somewhere. Like they want to take you somewhere. But I don't know if because I what they showed me, and I don't know if this is what they're wanting to do, but it's like they show me going somewhere to do karaoke, which is like, "Oh god." But but it's like that. It's like they wanna take you somewhere public, is what they're showing, but it's to I don't wanna necessarily say to show you off, but they want you to be seen, and they wanna be seen with you in public, but it's this public place. But that's funny they showed me because they wanna write they wanna take you to this place where you feel special, where you feel like you stand out kind of energy. You're gonna take singing lessons, right? But, yeah, I'm like, "I don't think it's karaoke." You're like, "Oh god, no. Please, please, no." But I like that, and I feel like it's here soon. But I feel like they wanna take you out and it's this flowing action energy. So I do feel like they want to that's their intentions, and their heart is trying to convince their mind to open up and, let go of some of these fears so that they'll do it. So it does feel like the heart is winning because it's like 4 to 3, 4 higher vibration to 3 lower vibration. And these 3 lower vibration are not even them. These are the old people. It's like their heart is like your lawyer in court, and the mind is the judge, and they're like, "Hey, look at here," or the jury, and they're like, "See, look at these 4 things that we bring, and we're happy and this, and but, these things, that's the old stuff. That's not even you're just throwing, saying blanket blaming everyone for this, but they're not. It wasn't them. This was other people, you know." So I like that for you. Too funny. All right, my dear, that is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. And I think that is everyone for tonight. If you have not got into my giveaway, I do have a giveaway every new moon and full moon. The next one is on March 18th, where I do offer a 30-minute personal recorded reading to one winner or one of my energetic hedges. So if you're interested, take a look there at that link. And it's always uh, all my playlists are down in the description area of the video or on my main page. If you click on my name on my main channel, all the playlists are at the top for my giveaways, for my making the most of full moon energy, which I also put out around a new moon and a full moon, which tells you how to make the most of the energies. This lunar eclipse that we had back on Tuesday is going to be impacting us for several weeks. So if you want to make the most of that release energy and that affirmation energy, make sure to take a look at that video. And then also I have a podcast um, that comes out every 2 weeks, and it's the easier path. And we just had one come out a couple days ago. Yep, called Window Wonder. If you're wondering about the window, what that means, check out the video, or to catch up on any of the other the playlist, of course, is again in my description box of the video or on my main page if you want to catch up. It's gives you information and words from spirit on how to make this human path an easier path instead of a harder one if we want it. So it's available for free. All right. And that's what we have. I am on Wednesday through Sunday night. So I will be back tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow, daylight savings time here in a few hours. We leap ahead an hour. So if your state or country does not celebrate daylight savings time, I will appear to be on an hour earlier to you because we are stepping out of time and space and we're stepping forward into the future an hour. So I'll be on an hour earlier than normal. Um, for those of you that don't uh, participate in that. Otherwise, I will be on at 5 p.m. Mountain Daylight Savings time. All right. But that's what we have, everybody. So remember, as you're going through your adventure every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon.